Alrighty, everybody. Hello and welcome back to the Illegally Cited Mixer stream for a late Saturday morning event. Doing things, a little bit differently, but again, we got to go with the flow with the way things are going this year. This is Jesse here, aka BGFH, and yeah, we're just gonna kick back and enjoy some more non E3 coverage 2020. It's so hard to kind of keep track of all of the things going on, especially with things being rearranged. Like there was a lot of these events that were supposed to take place the last week and a half or so, but understandably, they a lot of places decided to delay their events because we obviously had a huge, much more important topics to be concerned about than some video game announcements. And of course, that's the Black Lives Matter and all of the stuff surrounding George Floyd's unfortunate, murder. And all the other things leading up to that. So I totally get why, and I respect a lot of these companies, at least for delaying that and giving some more time for people to really just give them more time to address things and deal with that whole situation. So things are starting to kind of snap out of it. I mean, and again, it's nothing to dismiss. Like I said in my June update video, that's nothing to be said for, like, it's not just here's a catchy news headline, and we're going to pay attention to it for the next 2 weeks, and then everything is going to go back to normal. I truly hope that doesn't happen, because it's an ongoing thing that needs to be changed. It needs, things need to be changed so that people, just everybody should have rights, but especially, black lives, African American, even people with disabilities, all that kind of stuff. Just any, like these, anyone who is kind of a, should I say, marginalized group, that kind of a thing. But yeah, no, it's an ongoing thing. So even though we're starting to, kind of look at other things again, it is still something that should not be forgotten, and we definitely need to be doing stuff. We definitely do need to be making some changes. But anyway, yeah, so what's happening today, we're theoretically about 15 minutes before the event. I do have another website up. What tab is it in? Right here. And I've just kind of kept this tab open and bookmarked it in case I accidentally close the browser. Like I said, there's a whole bunch of these events that are in place of the whole E3 conference not happening this year. We've had, and to be fair, I'm not going to cover all of these because, earlier this week they had these IGN Summer Game Event thing. And these were, like, they have them archived. If you look at the IGN YouTube channel, they have, I watched a little bit of them here and there throughout the day. I had them on in the background while I was working on something else. But, like, these were 6+ hour, 5-6 hour or more streams. And, being during the week and stuff, I was working for most of that time because it was happening during the day. So I was not really able to live cover that. There was one or two things that caught my attention. I showed you guys that 13 trailer before the Sony event. We took a look at the 13 trailer, and of course the Last of Us Part 2 accessibility stuff beforehand. So yeah, that is up and on the YouTubes as we speak. You can watch my reactions to that. Pretty interesting, actually. I mean, some people are kind of making fun of the PS5 look, and it looks weird, kind of, yeah, but it's, I don't know. I mean, it's not just another. I will give them this. It's not just another gray or black box. It definitely looks unique. And also, remember when I said there were two models shown, and I wasn't sure, even on that Verge article that we looked at the end of the stream on Thursday. Yes, there are two models, but it's the same system. But what they're actually going for is a disc version and a digital only version. So the specs are exactly the same, just one has a disc drive, one doesn't. And I have mixed feelings because part of me, if I were to get one, would kind of want the disc model just because, oh, if I took it somewhere and I wanted to watch a Blu-ray disc or something, or, God forbid I might get some really, weird or rare deal on a disc-based game. It might be nice to have that, but mainly for watching Blu-ray media or something like that. But here the thing is, I have mixed feelings because I would be leaning toward getting the digital only version because, as I've said in previous videos and other places, physical games media, unless maybe you get a Switch game, because Nintendo's generally pretty good about releasing finished products. I mean, yes, they have DLC content added later now, but, really, physical game media is damn near useless at this point because the game you get on the disc is, it's probably playable, you would hope at the very least. But how many games have huge day one patches that address major things? It's like, oh, well, we'll just get it gold and, there might be some pretty good bugs in there, but we'll just ship it anyway. We know we can just day one patch it. So it's like, if I come back to this 10 years from now when that console's no longer around and I put the disc in, am I still going to be able to download any updates for it? Or am I going to be playing a broken physical game? So, you have to have it on the SSD anyway in order to play it, even if you get a disc game, so you got to copy stuff over. So the main advantage I can see to a disc version is like I said, playing the media, like Blu-ray movies. Or, to be fair, a lot of people, especially in rural USA or rural areas in general, don't have great bandwidth, don't have great internet speeds. I mean, my parents, yeah, they have quote-unquote broadband, but it's not great. So, I guess if you buy the disc and copy it over, downloading an 8 gig patch instead of a 150 gig game, I guess is, a lot better. And with bandwidth caps and stuff like that, so there is some logic to it, but I just have really mixed feelings. And, even with the digital version, you get things digitally, and like the PS5, it's going to be under a terabyte. With all this 4K and 8K assets and textures and, whatever else you're putting in, these games are going to be huge. What, can you only have a half a dozen? Can you only have 5 or 6 games on the system at one time because you just don't have the space because they're freaking ginormous? I know SSDs and larger capacities are still expensive, but damn, man. I'm going to have to be forking out for multiple SSDs just to have games. There might be something to this. I hope they don't overcharge like they did the Xbox 360 hard drives, but like the sort of SSD cartridge mentality that the Xbox Series X is going for, because these games are going to be huge. So just like, yeah, okay, just, hot swap them and pull it in, pull it out, put the new SSD cartridge in essentially, and I can have, easily swap between a few games. Maybe I have a shooter drive, maybe I have a RPG drive or something, I don't know, because these games are going to be big. But anyway, because I'm not sure what's going to happen, I'm going to get up for a quick second and shut my sliding door here so I don't really disturb the neighbors and we don't hear any weird sounds and stuff while streaming. So I'll be right back in about 10 seconds or so. There we go. All right, sorry about that, guys. I am back. Forgot to do that before we started the stream. I'm like, what am I forgetting? And I just didn't think of it. So we are set. And so what's going to happen the next couple of days, 2-3 days, is we do have a couple of events that are going to be happening. We're looking at the Twitch page because that's where they're seemingly going to be streaming it. This new Guerrilla Collective, which is, I don't know if there's any like AAA stuff in here. I think this might be more geared towards smaller, like mid-tier and indie games. But there's going to be some announcements and trailers, and I don't know what format this is really going to take. Like if they're going to have, developers talking over gameplay, if it's going to be mainly game announcements and trailers. So I don't know. We'll see. But oh, here we go. It's going to be starting. Okay. Guerrilla Collective. So yeah, we are probably going live here pretty soon. We have about 5 minutes. And so 11 o'clock Central Time today, tomorrow, and Monday, they will be going live. And I wish they would tell roughly how long these are going to be, because I want to say at 1 p.m., the PC Gaming Show, it is, let's see, that is really, let me zoom in for just a moment. That is really big. Let me zoom out of that because that's really big. When? Saturday, June 13th, 2 p.m. Eastern. So yeah, 1 p.m. So I'm hoping that, these companies are kind of mindful, and maybe this Guerrilla Collective might be a little bit shorter, and that's why they're splitting it over 3 days. Because I would like to watch the PC Gaming Show, because it's been hit and miss the last couple of years, but they've had some really cool announcements, and I love PC stuff, and I'm hoping, I've heard some rumors about they've already leaked kind of the RTX 3 series, like the 3800. So I'm kind of glad that I didn't give in and be like, oh, I want to play these RTX games, even like Minecraft RTX or Quake 2 RTX or some of these even new games that are supporting it. Like if I can hold out till the 3 comes out, the 3 series, and get a 3800 instead of a 2800, I'll be one more generation along, and I will have a pretty good upgraded PC at that point. So yeah, because I'm not the one that just upgrades my PC every year or two. Like I just, I'll do it every 4 or 5 years. And, that's just kind of the way I roll, But I'm looking forward to that. And like I said, the longer I wait, again, with this whole SSD rigmarole, I would love to be able to go all solid state drives. Right now I have my solid state, my SSD for my primary, but I've still got 2 spinning hard drives, 2 4-terabyte drives for my current rig for all my games and my data and that. So I have, about 9-ish terabytes on my current rig. But I would love to get to even like a 4-terabyte and get a couple of those drives. Even one, even if I did one spinning and one SS, like I could have my media on my spinning drive, and then I could have my games so that they still run well. If I could get like a 4-terabyte SSD in addition to a primary Windows drive, like a smaller one, like a 500 or at 1 terabyte or something like that. So I don't know. But we'll see what we'll, even if the Guerrilla Collective is running when the PC Gamer Show starts, we might just switch into the PC Gaming Show. So if you do watch this, grab some headphones, grab a beverage, maybe a snack or something, and because it looks like we might be here for a while. Starting at 11, and the PC Gaming Show starts at 1, so we may be here 3-4 hours. But I wanted to be a part of this. And then, let me check back here. Later today, I totally even forgot about this. So the Future Gaming Show. This is some other thing. It's going to be, I think, a fairly shorter hour or two show. If the PC Gaming Show ends a little bit early, we can maybe stop the stream. I can take a quick break. But I might come back because at... let's see, when July or June... Wait a minute. I thought that... Oh, that's EA Play. Games, okay, 13th. Yeah, 5 p.m. Eastern. So 4 p.m. So we've got 11, 1, and 4. Oh, and why do we not have audio? Let me... Oh.
It is going to be an amazing experience.
Okay.
But we also wanted to put a positive message out into the world during these uncertain times. We are all proud of what we've accomplished thus far with the Guerrilla Collective, as well as the message of being stronger united. But we cannot ignore the tragedies of George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, Ahmaud Arbery, and the other black victims of police brutality and racially motivated violence.
Agreed.
Last weekend, we put together the Black Voices in Gaming stream with
Totally
the
didn't mean
support
to
of
hit
our
escape. My
partners to
bad.
share a positive message, as well as aid for those affected by the COVID-19 pandemic, through the addition of a charity supported by Tiltify, where you can donate to
I'm
the
getting
streams.
little buffer issues here.
During the show, we will remind everyone ways that they can donate through the links below. Thanks for listening, supporting these movements.
Quit it.
Stay safe and enjoy.
Ooh, I hope it doesn't get all
The
this
Guerrilla
buggy.
Collective. Peace.
I hope it irons out. So yeah, 11 o'clock, 1 o'clock, and 4 o'clock. We got a
Welcome to the Guerrilla
full
Collective,
day.
a 3-day digital festival of game announcements, trailers, and demos streamed straight to you.
Yay!
Please welcome your host, Game Awards trending gamer, Greg Miller.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to the Guerrilla Collective live from our sanitized and empty studio. With E3 on the ropes this year, the Media Indie Exchange, the Mix for short, and the Kinda Funny Games Showcase saw an opportunity to team up with amazing developers, publishers, and studios to help shine a spotlight on some of the coolest games around. And that's just what we're going to do here with the Guerrilla Collective. Almost 80 teams have come together to bring you nearly 90 games spread out across 3 days right here on the screen of your choice. Right now, it's day one, and we could not think of a better way to welcome you to the collective than to bombard you with trailers, reveals, and titles you can play as soon as the show is over.
Ooh.
Well, let's not waste any more time on little old me. Instead, let's start with a world premiere trailer no one's ever seen. Ladies and gentlemen, this is System Shock.
Oh.
World premiere.
Oh. I wonder, is this the one that we backed on Kickstarter? Where they had that alpha out? The remake that they're doing? Hell yeah. Because I tried to play the original and it was... Ugh. I know Chris had played it and he loves that game, but like the first one was really jank for its controls. Ooh, this looks really good. I think there is an alpha or a beta out. Yeah, oh man, this looks just so modernized and so much better. It's actual gameplay. I know there's no sound effects, but like, we got some melee, we got some shooting. Okay, wow, yeah, just a lot of gameplay snippets. Sounds like there's a little bit of hacking. A lot of shooting dudes. And yes, there's a lot of shooting, but there's also a lot of like techie things happening, like upgrades and hacking and inventory stuff. Okay. System shock. Very good. Okay, what the hell is this? I'm gonna turn my headphones up a tad. Okay, looks to be some kind of a strategy game, which... isometric. Okay, these are cards? Like, strategy and card battle? Admittedly, these aren't really my jam. I'm not really into games like this. Although, if more games would support text-to-speech comprehensively, I could be persuaded to give them more of a try. Okay. Cardiclasm. That's kind of a clever name. Sure, why not? Cardiclasm? I see what you did there. Okay, some kind of overhead 2D twin-stick shooter of some sort, it would appear. It looks interesting, but I'm not really... I'm terrible at these kind of games. There's been a couple that I've liked, but... pretty far zoomed out, too, so I could see people with low vision having some issues with that, but... Alright. Eurogun? Okay. Is this the same... Wait, what? Okay, yeah. Eurogun. U-R-A. Eurogun. Okay. Yeah, wow, they're just... Oh, what is it? Wow. Okay, what is going on here? Something else. Nobody in the chat yet. Come on. There we go. Charge our phone. I'm not sure what this is. It's like you're kind of gliding. It's like a... I can't tell what it is you're supposed... It's a little white, almost like a little frisbee-looking thing, or a glowy... You're just flying over mountains and water and going through trees and just floating around. I could see it being, like, I wish that stood out a little bit more, whatever you're flying there. Especially with some of the lighter sky and glowy effects. I forget the... I mean, it looks fun. I mean, just zipping through and just flying through stuff, catching wind arches and stuff like that. I mean, it looks kind of zen, kind of relaxing. But EXO-1 coming 2020. Okay, EXO, EXO-1. Huh. Steam, okay. Wish list on Steam. All right.
World premiere.
Ooh. Rated M for mature. For what? Okay, I'm liking the music. This almost looks like some 90s shit. Like maybe this is gonna be a 90s first-person shooter. What is this? I'm digging the music. Give me some metal. Okay, what the hell's going on here? We got... This is like a heavy metal album cover. Wait a minute. Oh no, I thought that sounded like Megadeth at first, but no. Hunt. What the hell kind of game? Okay, third person. Okay, third person. Oh. Okay, it's a third-person shooter of some kind. There's some giant boss creatures, and you're some weird horned guy that I'm not this is like a single player thing, or I don't know what it is, but I'm intrigued. Yeah, it still does have like a Megadeth thing to it. Yeah, see, look at this. This is where text-to-speech would be so handy. All these stats and stuff. Man, I'm spoiled by the last couple games, like Minecraft Dungeons, and this does look pretty rad, though. You have my interest, game. That looks pretty cool. Big old tentacle monster thing. What the hell is that thing? Okay. That's a big boy. Rah. What? Oh, that is okay. I didn't. Oh, Xbox.
We started the Kind of Funny Game Showcase.
I didn't get to see what that was called because the font was so weird.
Platform to make sure indie games weren't lost
That
in the wake
sucks.
of
I
big
want to know
budget
what that
titles.
was.
That's why teaming up with the Mix for the Guerrilla Collective made so much sense.
That
Ladies
looked
and
cool,
gentlemen,
though.
please welcome from the Mix, Justin Woodward.
I'll have to do
Hey
some
everyone,
research
thank
and
you
figure
so
out what
much
that
for
is
tuning
later.
in today. We started the Mix in 2012 with the goal of helping to create new ways for developers to get visibility for their games. The Guerrilla Collective is really an evolution of that concept, where developers large and small showcase their games.
Justin, you're a developer yourself. Why are indie games so important?
Well, Greg, indie games are super important because the experiences that independent game developers invest their blood, sweat, and tears to create help to push gaming entertainment in the form of narrative, art, tech, and game design to new heights.
You don't have to design
And
by
that,
committee.
ladies and gentlemen, is why you gotta support your indie devs. Indie devs!
Amen.
With hot new titles just like these.
Amen. Support your indie devs because they actually, they're not just going to be like, well, we know this sells, so we got to make the 18.
Is a modern-day tale of courage and adventure.
Crap, what is it called?
A game about monsters that shouldn't exist.
Sorry, guys, I was blabbing.
Join Tuve, a young girl touched by magic. Explore an uncharted world of hidden legends.
Really cel-shaded, kind of, or really like...
Discover mysterious items and meet long-forgotten monsters.
Huh.
Solve ancient puzzles to unlock paths deeper into the forest.
Looks like it's some kind of 3D... some of the
maps, collect curiosities, and chart your adventure.
Some of the camera angles maybe make it seem like it might be a little bit hard to see in
Unveil
some
the
areas.
story of tragic loss
I'm not sure.
and the path to redemption. Confront Tuve's past. Explore her memories and learn the truth.
Very artistic, I'll give it that.
Rocky, a game about monsters that shouldn't exist.
Maki? Is that what you
but
said?
do.
Okay. Oh, R-O-K-I. Okay, Rocky. July? Okay, it's in July. Yeah, I don't know. I have mixed thoughts on that. I love the art style, but I have some low vision concerns potentially about that one.
Genesis Noir is kind of a combination of a creation myth and a film noir thriller. Hi, we're Feral Cat Den, a little design studio composed of myself, creative lead, Jeremy, technical lead.
Hi, I'm Jeremy, the technical lead. So in some ways, our game is a traditional point and click in that, you have the normal click to move your character around kind of thing.
Okay.
In a lot of ways, it's not. We don't really have tricky inventory puzzles where you have to combine stuff together. It's a lot more about just kind of playing in space, and the puzzles are meant to kind of evoke a vibe and a feeling.
Wow, that is a very unique art
Our
style.
emphasis is more on tactile, kind of exploratory interactions. So you might manipulate a planet's orbit or change the age of a sun.
Huh. It's almost like...
My skill set is definitely more 2D animation and graphic design.
It's almost like
Jeremy
silhouette
is
line art
really into
with a film
DJing
grain
and generative art.
and some kind of
Not
cell
only
shading.
does a very
It's
black
really
and white
unique.
kind of simplified visual representation enable us
really
to
flat
kind of
art.
explore concepts of on the cosmic scale.
It's neat, though.
And in the noir kind of territory. It's also, stuff that we like making, and it was a very natural fit.
Huh.
So of course we're inspired by the classic noir films, which usually have a pretty jazzy soundtrack, and we kind of tried to bring a more cosmic style to that, and inspired by stuff by Sun Ra and similar artists. So we partnered with these great musicians and sound designers in London called Stillbard, and they've really created this great dynamic soundtrack. And there's a lot of synergy between the visuals and the audio that feels really great, I think.
This is our first game that we've ever made, our first dabbling into Unreal. Jeremy and I had wanted to make a project together for quite some time. I brought this idea to him, and it was kind of the perfect meeting point of all our different interests.
Again, as
So
cool
we
as
made
it
a
looks,
two-week
some of the
demo,
flat art
We
style,
sent that around to a few friends, and they were really encouraging, and they suggested that we go to
I could
GDC
see.
and try to meet with some publishers. And so that went really well.
I could see
So it was just
overlooking
really
some
encouraging
things
all around.
in this game,
Genesis
especially if it's
Noir
puzzle
is
focused.
inspired by primarily cosmic comics, but so many other things, from classic film noir, like The Third Man is a personal favorite. We're super inspired also by the world of jazz. Guys like Sun Ra, Miles Davis, the kind of spacier territory that jazz explores. Thanks for checking out Genesis Noir. We're really excited for you to play it, and we look forward to you destroying the Big Bang.
Thanks for checking out our game, and we hope you enjoy it. Bye.
I mean, it does have a striking art style to it. I'll definitely give it that. Coming fall 2020. All right. World premiere. Okay, what do we get now?
Product not yet rated.
Okay.
Welcome to Purgatory, the land of lost souls, the realms of madness. Does anyone have what it takes to survive the nightmares of this realm and open the doors of insanity?
Okay, this is just
Join our
goofy.
hero riding his mighty steed on a quest of redemption. Monstrosities and damnation stand in their way, armed with sword, shield, and mystical cards. No defense, just attack. They will carve a path of merciless terror through their enemies. I mean, we just started. Let's try that again. Witness a world where chilling on a boat on the river Styx makes you look like a total badass. Because you know you won't be thrown overboard to hell. Because you are really, really awesome. Limbo cannot hold you. You deserve paradise. Use your sexy charms. Befriend a scary witch. Master spells with your magnificent
Holy
mind.
criminy, there's a ton
Summon
of those
awesome
spells.
allies
Good
through your
lord.
enchanted entourage, and give
The hell kind of
respect
game
to
is this?
beings of infinite powers. Hey, what a cool story. Using a new powerful deck of defense cards, you will block, parry, and riposte your way to victory. Oh, not again. Were heroes always this fragile? Strap yourself in. Again? Some of the 1940s
Looks like it's like a roguelike then. Roguelite.
I'm gonna be honest, this is not going the way we wanted it to. Okay, come on, hurry.
So it's like a roguelite card battler of some sort?
Where everyone dies and hope is futile. Yes! Alright. Good card choices, excellent equipment. Okay, solid tactics. We got this.
I love the self-aware nature of this trailer, though.
Our hero. Now, let's swing open the doors of insanity. Where no sword is too big, armor too thick,
I would
ally
love...
too obnoxious. In this totally awesome game that you should definitely buy.
I love those types of
This
just...
is the story of a little juggler's girl, trapped in her life. She wants
That's
to
where I'd
see
love
the
text-to-speech for that other game.
world alone. And, oops, not quite alone.
Because I would give that a try.
Careful, Abby. Careful where you flee. The world has worse on offer than the skin of your knee.
2D game. 2D, 2.5D. Very detailed. It's kind of got the 3D environments, but you move on a 2D plane,
As
it looks
much
like.
as I wish that it weren't so, the way things are the way things go. I'm all you've got in this forsaken land, so hold back and trust in your
Kind of looks like a
narrator's
painting almost. I didn't get to see that jazz something. Yeah, these titles, they go by so fast. I apologize that I can't tell you what they are. Okay, driving a truck. Oh, dude, what? Oh, it's like a moving truck or delivery? What the hell is this? Third person? So we're driving a truck, third person, down a highway. It's 3D. Kind of got a cartoony look to it. I don't know what this is. Okay, well, are you going into like hotels and stuff? Like we're traveling or something? I hope this is voiced because, like, it looks. Oh boy. Lake. Something. Okay, is this called Lake, maybe? Oh, a Switch game. Urban something. Okay, scooters. Okay, this is like a Trials, cartoony Trials-esque game, or Joe Danger kind of a thing. Okay, fair enough. I think I saw either a trailer for this earlier, or it's out already on other platforms, perhaps. Yeah, very colorful. Almost lose the driver in some of the backgrounds, though. Oh, he's gonna bite it. Okay, no, maybe not. Yeah, okay, urban freestyle tricky. Okay, or urban trial. Yeah, urban trial tricky, not freestyle. Okay.
Exclusive.
In
Okay.
Boyfriend Dungeon, you spend a summer in Verona Beach, California, fighting
heard of
monsters
this.
for money. Except the swords you find in the dungeon can also transform into beautiful men, women, and non-binary people you can befriend or date.
Boyfriend Dungeon. I've heard of this, and I don't know anything about it other than it sounds really freaking weird. What the hell?
You try to get as far as you can in the dungeon each time, but dying's okay, because you can level up too.
Isometric.
You need to get stronger to go further.
Looks like
To
a
do
little
that,
texting.
You'll need a closer relationship with your weapon.
Eh.
You spend the game alternating between fighting in the dungeon and hanging out with your weapons around town. I personally get bored if there's only fighting, but also I get restless if there's too much reading, so we wanted to make a mix of the two.
Yeah, it's the reading part that I don't really like because, again, usually it's small text and it's just tedious for me to read. I mean, the text
Here, I'm
decent.
dating Sunder the Talwar, and when we spend enough time together, we'll discover new abilities we can use in combat. Each weapon has a different set of upgrades to find with choices to make along the way.
Dating your weapons that turn into dudes or women? What the hell? It's just bizarre. Definitely Japanese anime influence for sure.
Different weapons have different preferences for where they want to go on dates, how they want to flirt, and
Weird.
what kinds of gifts they want to receive. They might give you a gift too.
I'm sure it's not going to be voiced.
There's a variety of different kinds of people/weapons to date in Boyfriend Dungeon, so it's up to you who you want to wield and level up your love.
I'm not even sure how to respond to that. This
But
is just
watch
so
out,
weird.
There's someone out there kidnapping weapons.
Uh,
We're getting closer to finishing Boyfriend Dungeon now, and we hope people will love it as much as we do.
yeah, I mean, just out of
If
its
that
sheer
sounds like
weirdness.
your kind of game, wishlist Boyfriend Dungeon on Steam now.
Just out of its sheer weirdness, it's one of those that I'm just morbidly curious, but it's just all the reading in that I just kind of turns me away from these types of games. Okay, what do we got here? God, a lot of these have like cell shaded styles, or like they're just really they're not going for realism at all, which I'm all in favor of. I love a good unique art style, and you know, realism is cool for some things, but I love that they're using. Like, I've said this the other day in that PS5 presentation, but like I like that they're using all this power to go for unique artistic vision, and just instead of just shooting for realism, which seemed to be the, you know, they always went for that, you know, a generation or two or even 3 before. It's like, well, look at how realistic everything looks. Nah, use your Night Call. I don't know what the heck kind of game that was supposed to be, Xbox and stuff, but okay. Another trailer. Save something. Okay. All those texts go way too fast. Yeah, really, again, kind of a cartoony art style. Overhead, either hack and slash or dual stick sort of a thing going on. Huh.
All that looked awesome, but it highlights my #1 problem with showcases like ours, Justin. We show you all this cool stuff, and then you have to wait months to play it.
Yo, I feel you, Greg. That's why we at the Guerrilla Collective are putting an end to that right now. This next round of games share one amazing concept.
We
They
can
are
play them
all
today. Hey! Oh no! I didn't do that. It just totally... Oh no. It's like it rewound. I didn't touch the keyboard or mouse at all. Oh no! What the hell? Oh boy, this video is I'll give you an error. Daggammit. Okay. Slay the Spire something. Okay, well, we missed something, but... So these are games that are out now, I guess. Okay, oh god, a bullet hell shooter. I am absolute freaking rubbish at these. It looks cool, but this almost looks like that Rick Henderson game that I did a spotlight of when he had. Oh, arg! I wonder if that was Rick Henderson. I hate it. All this text goes by so fast. Your low vision, it's like, oh, it's so hard to quickly see. And they don't announce them either. You know, they don't say the name. It's just visual. That's my one of my absolute frustrations with these events. Okay, some kind of a 2D thing. Yeah, team. Wow, they're just zipping through these suckers, man. Okay, well, it's a Switch thing. You hear the... I do love that, though. I love the way they start those. Okay, whoa, okay. 2D... This game looks cool, but it looks like something that I would just suck at hard. It's like your 2D shooting and... fighting and... Quit it. Really? I don't know if it's their end or my... Oh, boy. No, okay, it says stay tuned. Yeah, we'll be right back. Okay. They are having difficulties. It's not us. It's not us, guys.
And let's start in a big way. Ladies and gentlemen, here's a brand new announcement trailer from Baldur's Gate 3.
Well, okay, so I don't know what we missed. It's jumping all over the place. So...
Consider your predicament.
Not much I can do about
One
that, guys.
skull, 2 tenants, and no solution in sight.
I really would love to play these Baldur's Gate games, but again, so text-heavy with stats and...
Around, beg, borrow, and steal. Exhaust every possibility.
I would love for these types of games to be more accessible.
And when hope has been whittled down to the very marrow of despair.
Isometric RPGs.
When you'll come knocking on my door.
I've heard nothing but great things about the stories in these games. I've heard just the stories are supposed to be really cool. Oh, would you stop already? Well, don't stop, actually, but keep playing. We'll be right back. Oi. Oi. I mean, I'm sure this place is getting just pounded. I'm sure it's... okay, Baldur's Gate. Early access? August 2020? Maybe. I like that, the maybe qualifier. No gameplay that
Hi everybody, and welcome to Community Update number 3 for Baldur's Gate 3. I have great news today. We finally locked down our early access content, and we decided that we're going to bring Baldur's Gate 3 for the very first time in your hands in August 2020. As
maybe.
to say, maybe. And the maybe has everything to do, of course, with COVID-19. We've been hit like everybody else.
Right.
We've been working from home, which wasn't necessarily the easiest thing as game developers, because we like to huddle around the monitor and discuss about the things that are happening in the game. But nonetheless, we managed to make a lot of progress since you last saw the game at PAX East. So we think we're going to make it, depending on a couple of things. One of these things, for instance, is our performance capturing and motion capturing. Our people have started returning to the office. We've been recording again. And if we can hit a certain speed in the recording, then we should be able to make it. The game is looking amazing. It is absolutely incredible to see how much progress has been made since PAX East. And I think you'll see it.
I just want these types of things to be accessible because I'm not opposed to playing. You know, I'm playing Minecraft Dungeons. I don't normally play those games.
Entire development period to go after that, so it's going to look even better by the time it's going to release.
Age of Empires.
You will see things like improvement in combat.
I don't normally play that.
How combat flows, how the camera
oh yeah, look at how far out
the
that
initiative
is.
System works. Altogether, they make for a much more refined combat experience. Which
so
is
there's
a lot
gameplay.
Of fun. There are changes in the way that we do our narrator. That was something that we had a lot of feedback on. There's the integration of the rule set is getting better and better. So we were getting a really good handle on how to do things, and so it feels like a really, really cool game with a lot of depth when you play it now. Here's the really cool part. You don't have to wait until August 2020 to see what I'm talking about, because we'll do another gameplay live stream, and we'll do it just in front of Dungeons & Dragons Live on June 18th. And you will decide for me whether or not I'm going to kill a hobgoblin who deserves to be killed, his name is Dror Raxdin, or if I'm going to descend into the Underdark. I'm very much looking forward to it, so I hope to see you there on June 18th. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Probably won't be watching that because I think there's some other stuff going on that day, possibly some VR announcement content which I must consume. So we will probably be streaming some of that as well.
RPG. Shaping the attitudes and urges of a fallible psyche. Bruising the tissues of another world. Should a true RPG have dice rolls? How about a megaton of dialogue?
So much text.
Found in achieving a certain prestige.
God, that announcer sounds like
love of the people.
Oh, what is his name?
But perhaps none of
Goliath from Gargoyles, or the Mr. Anderson from Mass Effect.
Your style.
I think he's in Saints Row as well.
That's right, brother.
Oh, what the hell's his name?
A true RPG.
Now on the Epic Games Store.
Disco Elysium.
Exclusive.
It's not about disco dancing? World exclusive. Okay, we got a
Say there
skull.
ain't no such thing as a good death.
Oh, wow, okay. Seems to be a really...
Depends on which side of the gun you're on.
Really common art style today. Not a really like low poly or minimalist look. Okay.
Not many kind souls left in purgatory. Most were cursed or sent to the abyss. But a few folks are looking
2D,
out
it
for
looks
me,
like.
helping where they can. Others more problematic.
I don't know. It almost looks like a twin stick shooter again. Really.
There's an old saying. The only thing evil requires to succeed is for good men to do nothing. Living or dead, still true.
Simple but catchy art style.
Doing nothing.
Huh. Wested Dead. Huh. Coming June 18th. Wow, that's next week.
Hi, I'm Tarn Adams. I'm the co-founder of Bay 12 Games, and we make a game Dwarf Fortress.
Oh, this game is utterly incomprehensible to me. This game is just ridiculous. There's so many systems involved, it just makes your head spin. I don't have the time to figure this one out.
My brother Zach and I have been working on that game for a long time. It came out in 2006, but now we're bringing the game to Steam and Itch, and the biggest update about it is that we're bringing graphics to the game. The artists, Mike and Patrick, are longtime modders of the game, and now we're all working together to give the game an overhaul and hopefully let a lot more people play it. Dwarf Fortress is a settlement management game. You have a group of dwarves that go out to make a fortress in a procedurally generated world. That's the first part we'll be looking at here. So by procedurally generated world, we don't just mean a randomized map, but that it runs a history, a historical simulation over a few hundred years.
Yeah, there's so many systems, it's insane.
Where civilizations spread out and trade with each other, fight with each other, magical things happen, strange things happen. There's thousands and thousands of little characters tracked that you might see when you start playing your game. There are all sorts of edges between things that you can see here, between the different biomes, little trees and mountains and so forth.
This looks very difficult to see because it's so zoomed out.
Than it was before, when it was just squiggles and arrows.
I wonder if the text-based version, I wonder if they could somehow make that so that it could be
the world develop
made to be
as the years pass.
Blind accessible.
And, then you just plop down your dwarves and start playing in this environment. So when you start your fortress, you have your dwarves and a wagon and some animals to start with, and whatever else you would like to bring along. Pick for mining, buckets and ropes and food, alcohol, very important. General idea is that you'd want to just kind of lay out your things and dig into the mountain, make some bedrooms, make some workshops, allow people to start getting on with their lives here. So the big thing you might notice about this area at first is that it has some three-dimensionality to it, in the sense that there's a hill and lower levels and that you can see going up and down. That was the big first project for the artists and I to kind of work out how we're going to display this in
kind of has a Terraria vibe, different art style, but
triangles.
like
There's a ramp, go uphill, and you know, that worked for a few
so
people.
zoomed out though.
But to try and generalize that, we had to
I think
draw
this would be really hard to play.
many cases of ramps and get them displayed. And you know, but it looks cool now. Here they are. We have all sorts of ramps and things. Then there's lots of workshop pictures to do, lots of item pictures to do. Our dwarves are all just sort of this one placeholder dwarf right now, but we'll have
I love the idea, the concept of this game.
Faces and clothing and things for the.
It's just something I don't know that I would ever.
All the dwarves have a.
Get
Back
to
in
or
the,
be able
the text
to play.
version, it was just a giant text paragraph describing what the dwarf looks like, but now you'll be able to see some of that. So yeah, no, it's pretty exciting. You know, we're still at the early stages. You can see with the text graphics that are still around the edges and so forth that we're going to update. This is all very kind of preliminary.
Yeah, so it used the text version, as you saw in the very beginning of that video, was that they...
Pretty cool by the time we're done.
It wasn't just like a text adventure, it was actually using text as graphics, kind of like ASCII art.
Kind of news to share as we go, as we update the
so it's not just, you know, translating a text-based game.
So that it'll be easier to get into.
There's, yes, there's words, but it's also like...
for watching.
Graphic-y representation of text. So, okay, moving on. Iron Gate. Okay. Hey, now there's some nice big subtitles. Izawa's. I can even read that. Okay, Mr. Demon. You endure. Okay, Sir Biggin, I got a big troll there. I'm not sure what it is, but it looks kind of cool. Oh. Was it Valferez? Or... I don't know how to say that. Valferin? I gotta look back. Some of these I gotta look back and see what they're actually... because they're just weird names. Okay, we got some... okay. We got a first-person shooter. Holy shit. We got a first-person shooter that's just super fast and insane. Oh my lord. This looks ridiculous and kind of crazy, and it's like I can't even begin to tell you what's going on. There's like the perspective is all warped and weird looking, like almost like the field of view is stretched and weird. I'm digging this though. This could be neat. Definitely has an old school vibe to it. Somehow it looks familiar too. Ugh. Play the demo now. The text goes by so damn fast. Okay, WW. Look, okay, I can't even read that. Okay, I'm gonna have to go back and figure out what the hell that is.
Kill the intruder.
Oh, Dusk on the Switch. Nice. Nice. You guys should know all about Dusk.
Are you ready to find the next game you'll love more than anything else? That's the worst transition of the show, I promise. Check out these gameplay updates from some of our closest friends.
Man, I want to know what that other shooter was.
Exclusive.
I gotta look back. I'm glad I'm gonna have to go back and look at these videos or look at the list of announcements because Again, they just blur these texticles by so damn fast. They're not making this easy for low vision people to see what's going on. And I apologize I'm not able to tell you guys more, but well, you know, this is what you get.
Welcome to 11-Bit Studio Show in the Guerrilla Collective. You know us from the titles like Frostpunk, This War of Mine, Moonlighter, Children of Morta, and more. First up, let's visit the home of the Bergson family, the protagonists of Children of Morta, a story-driven roguelite action RPG set in a mesmerizing fantasy world. It's just got a new Game Plus free update, but there's more content coming. Here are a few words from Marek Ziemak, executive producer at 11-Bit Studios.
Okay, so
hey guys, we hope you're doing okay. Luckily, we're fine.
Wasn't showing gameplay, more just
Children of
stylized.
Morta has a very special place in our hearts.
Oh, here we go.
And we also know that many of you out there really enjoyed that game. Our previous free
overhead.
DLC has added new Game Plus mode to the game.
Kind of a dungeon
But
crawler-esque.
this is not the end of the story of Children of Morta. Obviously, there's more content coming. We know that when it comes to RPG games, new characters are in high demand. This is exactly what we'll focus on in our next free update called Bergson's Home. We will be bringing you a brand new playable
Diablo-esque.
character to enjoy.
I don't know what there is as far as like loot and customization. I don't know how
Brave
that
hero
works.
merchant Will from Moonlighter is never tired of adventures. Between Dimensions DLC has just released on consoles.
Never played that
and
either.
now Will is packing his backpack to discover the lands of mobile gaming. Here's Javier Jimenez, Digital Sun CEO.
Hi there folks, this is Javi from Digital Sun. It has already been 2 years since we released Moonlighter. It's been quite a ride for us and we want to thank you all. We are celebrating this anniversary by releasing the Moonlighter DLC Between Dimension on all consoles. We know some of you have been waiting for that for quite a while.
More top
so
down
we
than the
hope
other
it's
one.
worth the time. And we are also announcing that we are releasing Moonlighter Mobile later this year. The mobile version of Moonlighter is going to be something quite fresh and quite new because we try to rebuild it so it feels like a native mobile experience. It has new controls.
With microtransactions. No, just kidding.
It has new approach to combat.
God, I hope
so
not.
we think it's going to feel not like a simple port, but something that it's actually working as a native game.
Anytime I hear mobile, I cringe just because everyone ruins it because you can't just freaking buy and play a game anymore.
And that's everything I wanted to share with you. Thank you so much and see you soon.
The scouts have brought news from the farthest, coldest corners of Frostland. The population of New London, humanity's hope, has survived. But was it all worth it? Here's a special reveal from Frostpunk's lead designer, Kuba Stokalski.
Hello everyone. Frostpunk is a grim society survival city building game. In January, it got a prequel expansion called The Lost Autumn, which
not
enables
really
you
my
to see what
jam.
happens just
Not my
before
kind
the
of
icy
game.
apocalypse. This new expansion tells a story of citizens of New London on a special assignment after the Great Storm. It opens not only a brand new chapter in the Frostpunk universe, but pits you against new challenges and new gameplay mechanics, both in the city and on the Frostland map, and reaching the experience. A brand new frozen board is set, and the pieces are moving. What does it mean for you as the leader, and what fate awaits your society? Well, for now, I'm not going to spoil anything else. Let's just take a look at this short teaser we've prepared.
I know a lot of people like Frostpunk. I've heard of it before, but it's just like I said, not generally the kind of game that I play.
The snow is dead. But we've learned to the contrary.
Oh, I don't miss snow. I really don't. I don't miss the ice either. That's what I really don't miss. Winter sucks.
The universe of Frostpunk holds even more fascinating secrets. The next one should be really exciting, especially for fans of board games. Frostpunk is going offline. Here's Jacob Wisniewski from Glass Cannon Games to unveil this mystery.
Hi there, I'm Kuba Wisniewski from
Oh,
Glass
is it an
Cannon.
online RPG?
Some of you might remember me as the co-author of the highly acclaimed This War of Mine, the board game. Now, together with Adam Kwapiński, author of the best-selling Nemesis, the board game, and my team, I'm super hyped to bring you an ice-cold tabletop experience.
Oh,
Ladies and
I see what
gentlemen,
they're doing here.
Frostpunk is officially going unplugged.
Okay.
The core gameplay will be, as you could imagine, morally complex and highly challenging.
I didn't mean to do that again. Sorry, guys. I put my phone down when I checked the chat, and I
the board game
got rid of full screen again.
To be a deeply strategic, yet easy to learn, hope experience.
Don't glitch up again.
Tough choices.
Sorry.
Narrative depth, immersive gameplay, snow and despair.
Huh. Yeah. Okay. Well, not my thing, but hey.
As you can see, there's some exciting adventures ahead of us. That's not all, though. We're also working on some exciting in-house projects, as well as collaborating with other studios like Fool's Theory. A new game from Digital Sun Games is coming as well. And trust us when we say, there's more where that came from. That concludes the news from 11-Bit Studios. Be sure to follow us on Twitter,
Facebook, fair enough,
and subscribe to the newsletter to always be up to date with the latest news. Stay safe, and thanks for watching.
Oh, okay, just doing a recap of their stuff here, a little sizzle reel, so to speak. A lot of overhead games, kind of a lot of overhead RPGs and stuff like that. Okay, fair enough. Oh, I thought it was like super hot for a minute. Wait, what? What the hell? Oh, dude, what? Is this some sort of weird card? What the hell? I think this is some kind of super hot adaptation, but it's like a card game where you choose moves? This looks so super hot. What in the world is going on here? It's almost like Hitman Go or, you know, Lara Croft Go. I covered the Hitman Go VR thing. I mean, it looks neat. I could see it working. It's just I don't know if I'll be able to read the card or see the cards very well. That's my issue. That's why I kind of steer away from a really text-heavy RPGs and card games, because there's just so much of that stuff. Yeah, this definitely looks like some kind of weird super hot. Oh, again, maybe not, but it title went by so fast I couldn't read it in time. Fight something. God, this is starting to drive me nuts. Okay, we got a comic booky thing going here. This looks really neat. I think they had a teaser of this some other conference a while back. Can't remember what it's called. Liberated. Okay. Yeah, that sounds familiar. Okay, rated T for teen. One thing I was saying on Twitter yesterday was that Nintendo Directs, actually, one thing they do really well is after every little trailer or gameplay thing, they always have that little splash card thing with like the release date on the bottom and, you know, on that red bar, and they always say the name and they always verbally say when the game is coming out and how much it's going to be, and I so appreciate that. I wish these other streams and other showcases, I wish to God they would do that. Ooh, this looks like is this just side scrolling or is it a Metroidvania? This looks really good. I'm intrigued. I don't know if they showed some dialogue, like they're there, text talking. I don't know if it has voice acting or not. I would hope it would, but this looks... Oh, I wonder if this is, oh god, Gestalt something? I didn't get to read, again, I didn't get to read the whole title. Yeah, That looked interesting. That looked like something I would definitely play. Oh wow, okay, this looks really cartoony and 2D and platformy and actiony, and oh dear lord, there's a lot going on here. Yeah, that last one looked pretty great. I want to know more about that. I'm not too sure what the heck is going on. I don't know if there's like some kind of like multiplayer thing, or it just looks really chaotic. It's 2D though. I mean, it looks kind of neat, but I could see my character getting lost, and like I would suck at this because I would, with so much going on, I could just lose track of some things. Certainly looks crazy enough. No chat yet. Summer 2020.
World
premiere. Ooh, this doesn't look good. A lot of ruin. Overhead. Interesting music. Oh, real. It's like kind of real time, like it's action-y. You know, kind of your 2D Zelda-esque. That looks intriguing. No place for something really fast. Huh, no place like... Oh, that's such a weird art style. Okay, well... that has potential for sure. Might be something to look into. Okay, some kind of love scene thing going on here. What's this all about? One thing, I mean, you're seeing so much variety in these indie games. It's not just the same. It's not just the same type of thing. There's all kinds of new art styles, little weird gameplay twists. I don't know what the hell this is. It's like got a man and a woman. You're on these weird, like, what are they? Like little hovercraft things or something? You're going through like sand and grass, and almost has like a. It's almost like flower where you're like colorizing things, or like, yeah, you're adding color to the world or something. This looks intriguing. I'm not sure what's going on here, but I'm kind of curious, to be honest. I like this part of it. It just, going around in these 3D environments, and wait, what? Now it's like a 2D. Wait, what is going on? Okay, this game's all over the place. Like, there's like dialogue trees and text dialogue. There's open worldy stuff, it looks like. There's weird fighting. I'm not quite sure how that works. I like the art too. I like the art style. Huh. Haven. Okay. I'm kind of curious about that, to be honest. I don't know where that's going to go. Okay, rating pending.
Ever wonder how it all ends? What if it ended with a song?
Ooh, okay. Oh, no. Here's a shooter that looks really interesting. This looks old school and metal as fuck. Oh, I like where this is going. Yes, please. Are they doing this based on rhythm? Yeah, this is metal as hell, man. This looks cool. Metal something. Metal Hellsinger? Oh. I want that.
Look at the time. Can you believe that my part of day one is almost over, people?
Metal
Listen,
Hellsinger?
We know you got literally nowhere
If I
else to
wasn't
go.
if I
We
wasn't
also
streaming
know
this,
that
I'd
if
go to
you're
Steam
like
right
us,
now
you're
and look it up
antsy
to
for
see
more of
if I
that
can add it to
new
my wish
hotness.
list. That looks
Before
cool
we
as
hand
hell.
the stream off to the Paradox Insider, here are a couple more world premieres.
Paradox
World
Insider.
premiere.
Okay, so we got a couple more, and then they'll do some of the Paradox stuff, and then, like I said, 1 o'clock, hour from now, we got the PC Gaming Show. Yeah, there's a couple of shooters in there that looked really... That last one, I especially, looked really cool. I like that. And that one with that trippy, like, perspective, like everything looked all like stretchy, and just the field of view is really weird in that other one. But I am curious about both of those shooters. And that first one, I want to know what it is, because I can play the demo right now, apparently. So I must probably do that at some point in the next few days, before The Last of Us comes out and consumes my life for a while. Because that game, the story and the gameplay and the accessibility, oh god, that's just going to be... I have it preloaded. I checked this morning on the PS4. It is preloaded. What is going on here? People laying corpses on the ground, and what is going on here? Oh. What in the hell? What is going on? What? Some naked dude. Art style, like, almost looks like sculptures or something, the way the art style is. Okay. Third person, theoretically, what is... Just die already? Okay, I have no clue what the hell that is. Huh. Just die already. Well, see, now that one, they linger on the title forever, which is fine, because I can read it, but, like, the other game, I have no clue what that is. Kind of grim.
Ladies and gentlemen, that wraps up my section of the Guerrilla Collective's first day, but we are far from done. Up next is the Paradox Insider, where Paradox Interactive is going to share deeper details on the latest games they've been working on. Let's check in with Paula Tellin over in the Paradox studio. How's it going over there, Paula?
Hi, Greg. We're doing great. We've been watching the show and we love it. So I'm just a little bit annoyed that we have to start our own presentation, because that means we have to stop watching all of the cool content that you've shown so far.
I'm sure your stuff is also reasonably cool, or at least fun to watch.
Well, we're about to find out. The Paradox team have been working from home lately, so we're super excited to show the world outside what we've been working on.
I'm trying to remember what the heck Paradox
Cool
makes.
stuff. I'm looking
I've
forward
heard of
to
them.
it. So let's start the countdown and stay tuned for Paradox Insider.
Paradox. I don't know. Something tells me they do like either RPG or strategy or something. I don't know. I know the name, but I just can't think of what they release. Oh, okay. I saw the city skyline thing in there. Yeah, okay. I knew I saw that name. So yeah, I think it's gonna be. Well, I don't know. We'll see what kind of stuff they have.
And thanks for joining us for the first ever Paradox Insider. My name is Paula, and I'm the event manager at Paradox. And joining me here is my good friend Sean, who is not a vampire, but the brand manager for World of Darkness. And I don't know about you, Sean, but I think it is wonderful to be here for our part in this grand celebration of games.
Absolutely, it's fantastic to be in a room with people again.
Yeah.
Obviously, we'd love to be in all the many, many rooms around the world that we're normally in with our players in Los Angeles, in Cologne, having the conversations that we love to have. But unfortunately,
it's a weird year
we
for
can't,
sure.
So we've got the next best thing. We're coming straight to your living room.
Yeah, and it also feels great that we're able to do something proactive about this and actually, reach the world outside, show them what we've been working on this spring and so on.
Absolutely. I mean, we've all been working from home at Paradox, but our studios haven't let that stop them. They've been working from their living rooms, from their bedrooms, from their bathrooms. It's going to be a non-stop gaming fest today.
I'm trying to remember. They don't make the vampire games, do they? Like the Vampire...
Empire of Sin, Prison Architect, Surviving the Aftermath. We'll have a special message from Hearts of Iron 4. And of course, the one game that I am 100% unbiased towards, despite the blood bonds, Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 2.
Okay.
All right, let's not waste any more time, Paula. Why don't
I'm not
you
too
kick
into
it
the
off
other
with,
ones because those are
the
like
team
strategy, but
behind
Bloodlines
Crusader
2
Kings
I'm
3.
extremely interested in. Because I really should show you guys the original Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines, because it was kind of jank,
time to get this show started.
but it came out right around
It's time to
Half-Life
dive
2
into
time,
the
like within a
treacherous
week of it.
world of Crusader Kings 3, with
And it was
a fresh look
really,
at live
really
gameplay
cool.
from our newest grand strategy game. Please give a warm
It was a
welcome,
first-person
which we'll
RPG,
happily
action
accept
RPG
over
that
the
was
internet
really fun.
too. Game designer Alexander Ultner and community developer Rod Del Rue.
Hi, Paula. Thanks for having us.
Hi, welcome.
Thank you.
So you just dropped some major news for Crusader Kings. The game will be released on September 1st, which is literally around the corner, and pre-orders are live right now.
Mid-June
Rod, how
already,
has the
good
reception
God.
in the community been so far?
It's been so good.
Was it June
People are
13th
really
today?
appreciating the dev diaries that we're putting forward. We have fans that have loved seeing the new religious system that we have, and also the lifestyle system that adds, just that little extra layer of RPG. So it's been pretty good.
I think this is a turn-based RPG. I have not followed these games again just because of the whole
in the dev team
inaccessibility visually of a lot of these types of titles.
The team has been working really, really hard. And of course, it's both frightening and exciting to get feedback from our fans like this. We love the game, and we love all the feedback we're getting, and we're counting down the hours to September 1st.
I knew it was something with Vampire, though. I couldn't remember if it was the Vampire Bloodlines or if it was VAMPYR, which I also have to take a look
We're going to
at.
start with one of the most interesting starting position in CK3, which is going to be in Spain. Essentially, what we want to showcase here is the various decisions that are open to you even before you press play and start playing. It's like taking a look at the various challenges that you are facing before you start the game.
Cool. Well, let's dive in, shall we?
Sure.
All right. The year is 1066, and we are located in northern Spain. Of course, it's not Spain yet, and it won't be for another 400 years, unless we expedite the process. Northern Spain is divided into a number of Catholic kingdoms that stand against
Yeah,
the
I mean, look at all those
powerful Moorish
tooltips
realms of
he's
the
zipping
south.
around there. I mean, they're
In northwestern Iberia,
so many
we
little
have
texts,
three
and that's not going to
kingdoms
work well
ruled by
with
three
magnifier
brothers.
at all.
We have Galicia, we have Castile, and
Text-to-speech would
us
be
in
my
Leon.
only hope of even attempting to play
One
this.
new feature in Crusader Kings 3 is the Issues widget at the top. And if we click it, we can see that we are
Oh,
in line
God.
to inherit both Galicia and Castile.
Yeah, no.
And see, this is what makes this starting position super interesting.
Unless there's
We are playing as
text-to-speech,
Leon,
I will
and
absolutely
the
not
only
be
thing
playing
that is
this game.
standing
I
between
just saw all those and
us
went,
and
oh
the
dear
throne of
God.
Galicia is our Castilian brother, and we need to attack him first before rushing for Galicia.
If we look at the map, we can see that Galicia is the one that is most open to Moorish attacks. Castile and Leon both have...
I have a feeling there's going to be a lot of these types of games this hour. Like I said, I'm going to stick around just because I really want to see the Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 2.
While we have a middling army.
Maybe they'll give a release date for that.
The young king of Galicia.
But the PC gaming show will probably have more stuff that I'm intrigued about
again. None of us really
again.
have an edge over the other, but we might be able to find an ally to support us.
And in Crusader Kings, this might mean marriage, right?
Absolutely, Paula. Marriage is super key in Crusader Kings 3. If you don't have a marriage, you don't have any allies. And I think we should take a look at the various Iberian
Yeah, look at all that UI. Oh my God. That is so much UI.
Indeed, this Aragonese princess will get us their armies on our side.
Just looking at that makes my eyes hurt.
Let's take a look at our king. So all characters in CK3 have 5 different
I mean,
skills.
it's dark background, lighter
And
text,
we
but I
can see
mean,
here
there's
that King
so
Alfonso
much of it
is very good at
that
intrigue.
I would
which
not have the
means that he
patience
can
for this
plot
at
and scheme
all,
very effectively.
unfortunately.
And if we appoint a skilled spy master to support our schemes,
Again,
and we get
Age
a
of
spouse
Empires
that
2
enhances our
proves that
intrigue,
you
we can
can,
become even better.
even if it's
And
hovering the
to
mouse
top
over
it
stuff,
all
you
off,
can
we will
make
pick
this
a
sort of
lifestyle
work.
that really accentuates this focus on
So,
scheming. We will pick the skullduggery focus.
you know, that this could be, a game like this could be made accessible to
and
blind
it's
players.
key here to lean into intrigue. And why is
Or
that?
very
Because
visually
like
impaired
Alex
at the
was
very
mentioning,
least, to
we
start.
have evenly matched forces against Castile. So we should really lean into that intrigue and start a murder plot to get rid of the brother.
Okay, so the plan is to kill the brother here. Alex, are we moving forward with this?
Indeed. We're going to try and murder our brother. As you can see, we have a 50% chance of succeeding. And if we are lucky, we can even find more agents in the court of our target that might be convinced by a slight bribe.
Yeah, I mean, look at that. There's just
And that's the
dialogue
cool thing with
boxes
Crusader
upon
Kings, right?
dialogue
If you're
boxes.
trying to
Oof.
plot a murder against someone and you don't have enough power to succeed, you can bribe people, but you also have a
Well,
special
even those
perk
games on
in the
iOS,
intrigue lifestyle,
like the
which
King of
which
Dragon
essentially
Pass, which I have not
allows
gotten
you
into
to
yet. I
find
haven't had
secret and
time.
dirt on people in
So
your
this
court
is,
and
I
then
mean, this
force
could
them to join your plot.
totally be made to
So
work.
many different options, but unfortunately we're running out of time here. But Alex, how do you think that this story will play out?
Well, you'll have to play to find out.
There are so many unanswered questions. Will our plot against our Castilian brother succeed? Will we gain Galicia before Galicia manages to produce a legitimate heir? Will we be able to leverage the armies from Castile
Find
and
out at
Aragon
10.
to take over
No, just
Galicia
kidding.
in time? Can we contain all of this familial treason before we have to fight external enemies? There are millions of ways for this to play out.
Yeah, I guess we'll have to wait a little bit longer. But
Told ya.
thank you so much for taking us through a short
Thank you.
snippet of the drama that you can expect in Crusader Kings.
Yeah. No, sorry,
Due
guys.
to be
That's
released
totally
on
not my
September
thing
1st
right now.
And available for pre-order now.
September 1st, though. I mean, if you are into it, cool.
Betrayal,
Hey.
assassination, treason. Kind of feels like we're having a Paradox show already.
Yeah, I agree. It went down a dark path pretty fast there.
Oh, yeah.
But I
2020's
guess
dark,
that
hey,
the
whatever.
next game that we have lined up is not going to disappoint us either. I mean, building a crime empire in the 1920s Chicago
could be
is
kinda
not something
fun.
that you're going to get away with without bribing a few cops, breaking a few alliances, maybe
Breaking a few
cutting some
legs.
questionable deals on the black market. What do you think?
Buying people some cement
Tactics,
shoes.
politics, taking over the city. These are all things that are very close to where my heart once was.
Next up is Empire of Sin.
Yeah, I think, again, this is more of a lot of their stuff, a lot of it is like strategy
And
stuff,
joining
I
me here
think.
in the studio from the Empire of Sin team are Ian O'Neill, lead combat designer, and Brenda Romero, game director for Empire of Sin.
Oh,
both
dude,
from
Brenda Romero. That's
Games.
John
Thanks
Romero's
for joining us,
wife.
guys.
I think.
Hey, everybody.
Hi, guys.
So, Brenda, tell me, what inspired you to make a game about 1920s gangsters?
Hell yeah.
You know, it's more like what couldn't have possibly
Yeah,
inspired
Brenda
me.
Romero,
I mean,
that's
we
totally
wanted to
John
make this game
Romero's
for
wife.
a long time. It's an incredibly rich space. It's the 1920s Prohibition era Chicago. You have a lot of larger than life personalities like Al Capone and Frankie Donovan and Goldie Garneau that are there at the time. And you know, what's not to love? The stories, the personalities were made for a strategy game. And as with many game designers, if you really want to play something and it's not there, then you make it.
Absolutely. So why don't you tell us how all of that figures into gameplay? What do we have here?
Yeah, see, I like the idea.
You
Oh,
can play
God,
as
look at
one
all
of
that
14
UI
different
again.
bosses. And it's a great mix of factual and fictional bosses, each with their own bonuses and
Son of a bitch.
special
See, that's the
abilities.
thing. That's why I don't
And
play
today
strategy
we're gonna play
games.
is one Mr. Dean O'Banion.
That's
Okay,
why I
so
don't
tell
play
me a little bit
strategy
about Dean.
games,
What's his
because there's so
background? What kind of person
much
is he?
text that is not
Well,
very
he grew
accessible.
up in Chicago, actually, in an area known
To low
as
vision.
Little
I mean,
Hell.
I'd love to
And
try
in spite of
this.
that, or possibly because of it, Dean had strong ties to the church, which influenced many
I love
of the
the
decisions he
concept
made, but
again.
clearly not all of them. Dean actually owned a flower.
Quit it. Come on. Don't make me F5 you again. Really? Come on. I seen that she was zooming in closer to the, like, so the actual gameplay area looks like it might be okay, but we'll reload it again and see.
There are several things Dean could pick to say here, but he does what he needs for the good of the church.
I wonder if this is voice acted.
Ah, you're a good lad, Dean. Father Higgins offers him $500 from the coffers. Now you can choose what you want to choose, but me, I'm always going to pick the cash.
Yeah.
And a good blessing for the soul certainly can't hurt.
Righto, but how will Dean handle this then?
Well, in Empire's Sin, diplomacy happens one of two ways. It's either going to happen by breath or by bullet. And either we're going to talk it out and things are going to come to some kind of arrangement, or they're going to go
I like
south
the
real
look
quick.
of it. I mean, it's
Dean
like a
knows
closer in
just the man for
zoomed,
the job, and his name is George
kind of an
Moran. And he's a
isometric.
regular at one of Dean's establishments. You can see him there at the bar. So George is tight with the church too, but his morals
And I
are
wonder
pretty
the
loose.
combat,
And
I wonder if
here
that's
he's
like
telling Dean that some
turn-based?
guy is in from New York who he thinks
Or
has
if
a
it's like
pretty
real-time
serious attitude
strategy
problem.
kind of a deal?
And George wants Dean to keep an eye on him, but Dean already knows a bit more. Now, the story ends up taking some surprising turns.
I'd love to
and
know if
getting
this is
pretty
actually
deep,
voice
but
acted.
For now, Dean just wants to get the good father's deed done.
Okay, but it doesn't really sound like a one-man job. Is he going to get any help?
Oh, that's what I'm thinking too. In Empire's Sin, there are 60 gangsters
Holy
of very
hell.
skill levels that you can hire to join your crew. Me, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to hire on Maria Rodriguez and Guido Cerrone. Now, I fought with these
Yeah, I
guys
don't think I'm going to be
before,
playing
and
this one either. Oh my
Gangsters develop
god, there's so
loyalties
much
to their
UI
boss
to
the
this
longer that they work
game.
together, and they also have an individual attribute called morale, which affects how they perform.
Yeah.
We know that every boss in Empire of Sin has their own combat ability. What's Dean's
I
specialty?
mean, this would be a fun game to watch somebody play through.
Yes. Dean's combat ability
That's
is a
the thing,
ranged
is
attack
even the
known as
last
blasphemy.
game.
Now, there were many accounts of Dean's
It could be fun to watch somebody play through, but I wouldn't have the patience to do all that reading
and they would beat up the competition for rival
and dealing with all this UI.
This often resulted in really close-range gunfights. This was where I drew the inspiration for Blasphemy. Using this move, Dean will fire a custom shotgun slug at the target, and when the slug hits the target, it explodes. But I really wanted to add something extra, something that would give this ability a bang. That's when I decided that Dean's boss ability would be devastating to heavily armored foes. I wanted to shred their armor completely, and not just one target, but multiple targets. And as a final piece to the puzzle,
Yeah, if it weren't for all that damn UI, this does look
that
interesting.
saw himself as a saint. Blasphemy was a most fitting title.
Oh, man, it is a perfect title and a great move. So here we can see that Dean is done, and he did what he needed to do, but there's a whole lot of Chicago beyond this. Dean's going to settle things here with Father Higgins, but like I said, it isn't over by a long shot, and it's going to take some surprising turns. And all of these stories, they're nothing compared to the stories that the player will tell on their way to the top of Chicago. That is mission complete.
Yeah, like I said, I love the concept, but I don't know.
Very cool, guys.
Doesn't seem that low vision
speaking
friendly.
Of family connections, I've actually got a contingent out your way in County Galway. There's a Granny's pub not far from you guys.
Well, now that we know about it, I'd say it's not for long. Do you have any idea what their security's like? We could use another racket.
I don't know how thick the walls are or how many cameras they've got, but give it a try and we'll see who gets who. Thanks for joining us, guys.
All right, all right.
Empire of Sin.
Folks.
Yeah, conceptually looks
Empire
cool.
of Sin will come to both PC and console in autumn of this year, 2020.
So I was standing here on the side, just wishing I could play Brenda Romero in the game.
I'm absolutely certain you can. She's definitely snuck herself in there somewhere.
Yeah, hopefully. She is the coolest. But Sean, it seems like you left out an important piece of your backstory that I haven't heard
At
before.
least one important piece.
Yeah, we'll see about that. But your family owns a pub in Ireland.
Yeah, definitely. So my distant family does have a pub in County Galway. But you know, I mean, every family has some skeletons in the closet. I'm sure your family is no different.
Oh, well, most likely, but I don't know. There's a Tallinn bakery in Stockholm,
Okay.
for whatever that's worth.
Yeah, I can see some dark stories there. We've got cinnamon buns, we've got Swedes. I think we've got some
shut up.
bribing
Cinnamon
Swedes
bun
with,
sounds so
some
good
cinnamon
right
buns.
now. Shut up.
What do you think about this
I
guy,
love
though, who have
bakery,
been standing
donuts.
here staring us out the entire time?
You're just blinking as well.
Yeah, I know.
I could so go for a donut right now.
Bribe him with some cinnamon buns?
Or a cinnamon bun would be good, or a cinnamon
whiskey
roll,
and cinnamon
caramel
bun-sized
roll.
holes in his
I'm going to make anyone
And from
watching
one
this
game
really hungry
about
right now.
managing organized crime to another about managing criminals. It's time for Prison Architect.
I think I do have the original of this, and I just have not gotten around to it. It looked reasonable enough to play just because like the art style, and I do want to play this. I do, because you basically make your own prison and like all kinds of like the stuff that you think would happen, like shower riots and just all kinds of different stuff happening. Okay, somebody's trying to escape. It's like an overhead sort of a strategy thing. I really should try to play this. I really, again.
That is Island Bound.
It's on my pile of shame.
First, give a polite welcome, which won't disturb your neighbors.
It's on
to
the pile of
product
shame
manager,
that I gotta play yet.
McElwam. Welcome.
Hi, thank you.
God, it's a catchy trailer you have there.
Yes, right?
Everyone in the studio were just
Gotta make your own
dancing along.
Alcatraz island.
But you have an expansion coming up, Island Bound, that will be the first expansion in Prison Architect history that will ship simultaneously on PC and console.
I think that came out
Stacey,
a
what
couple
can you tell
years
us about
ago,
this
even?
expansion?
Yeah, so Island Bound is
I think I
built
picked it up
from
for
the
cheap on
ground
early
up
access.
in order to expand and enhance the core gameplay of Prison Architect. This is really exciting because it means that for the first time, you can actually build a real island prison completely independent of the road. So you no longer need to use the road if you don't want to. It also means that for the first time, you can oversee the world's most iconic island prison, Alcatraz.
Of course.
On the new Alcatraz map. And it means that you can reimagine your
Welcome to the
transportation and
Rock.
deliveries completely.
I gotta
with new
watch that
features
movie
like
again.
Docks, helipads,
That is one of my
helicopters,
favorite
boats,
summer
and ferries.
movies.
And of course, we have a cool new Elite Ops and a new air
Nicolas
fire
Cage
unit
and Sean
that can
Connery.
be called in during an emergency.
It's a dumb movie,
cool.
but I
A
love
lot
it.
of stuff.
A lot of new stuff.
So let's check in with the team at Double 11. Joining us here is Gas Wright, Game Design Manager, and Natalie Wicks, Product Design Manager. Welcome.
Man, I do want to watch that now. The Rock.
Hello.
Hi. So
That was
Gas,
the first movie I
generally,
ever saw
sounds
on
like
DVD.
There's a lot of things in this expansion.
I still remember that. That was the first movie I ever
there
saw
is.
on
There is.
DVD.
And all
Clarity.
of the content that's coming with Island
Borrowed it
Bound
from a
will
friend.
integrate seamlessly with Prison Architect's
Watch
existing
it on my
mechanics.
laptop.
So it adds a lot more variety and depth to the game. And even if you don't want to build an island prison every single time, all the new features, the docks, helipads, helicopters, boats, ferries, new emergency services, new security features, they'll all work with your existing saves as well as new prisons that
Okay.
you might build on the land.
I really wish they would add
also,
accessibility to this, because I would love to play this game
on the same day with Island Bound.
more accessibly.
This update is called The Rock and introduces dynamic prisoner reputations. So players will see prisoners gaining and losing reputations dynamically while spending time in their prison based on their actions, their experiences, and where they spend their time.
Cool. And always nice with free updates. Natalie, can you tell us a little bit about how the game has evolved during this past year?
Yeah, we've been very busy over the last year. So I think as of next week, we will have launched hundreds of community improvements to the game, and that's alongside the 3 expansions we've also released since then. So there was Psychward Warden's Edition, Clear to Transfer, and now Island Bound. All of these added
I've been playing a lot
mechanics to the
more.
base
I've been
game
trying
as well.
a lot more
So,
games
for example,
lately
Psychward added
that I normally
insane inmate,
wouldn't, that aren't in my
Clear to
wheelhouse
Transfer added
usually.
prison privileges and security transfers, and finally, Island Bound will let people create the prison island of their dreams.
We're so much looking forward to it. But if we look more into the future, what is next for Prison Architect? Natalie, can you tell us anything about future plans?
No, I can tell you that we do have a lot of plans for console and PC, but I'm afraid you will have to wait till later in the year for more information.
Right, but then there will be more.
Yes, but you'll have to keep your eyes open. But I can tell you that, just like Island Bound, future expansions will be released on both PC and console.
Yes, so thank you for joining us, Stacy, Gas, Natalie,
fair enough.
and good luck with the new expansion.
Thank you so much.
About a half hour yet. Before we
Island
get a
Bound
switch.
and the free update, The Rock, will be available soon, so stay tuned.
All right, fair enough. I hope they do show the vampire thing
curious.
before 1 o'clock.
What kind of warden would you be?
Ooh, good question. I would probably build a beautiful but highly insufficient and shitty prison, to be honest. What about you, Sean?
Well, I think what I would do is I'd look for a really big island.
Yeah.
I would put sharks around
And
it.
then I would put all the snakes and all the spiders on the continent and probably an opera house.
I see where this is going. Okay.
Sharks would have to be in there
Everyone
somehow.
wants to get out, to a management game where everyone wants to get in. Here is Surviving the Aftermath.
Yeah, I know they do generally a lot of these strategy games, which I'm generally not into because they're generally very hard to play.
And Lasse Liljedahl, the product manager and game director for Surviving the Aftermath. Now, guys, I notice a disturbing lack of vampires and werewolves in this game, so you're going to have to explain it to somebody who hasn't yet picked it up.
Well, Surviving the Aftermath is a post-apocalyptic survival colony builder. It's quite a mouthful to say.
I kind of want to switch over to Steam really quick and look for that Metal Hell something game.
Colony in a post-apocalyptic world. And in order to do so, you need to harvest and collect resources. You need to build your colony. You need to protect it from hostile environments or rival societies.
Oh no, that's not what I'm not what I meant to do.
Okay, so it's a survival colony builder. I mean, that is a relatively broad genre. Lasse, could you tell me how Surviving the Aftermath stands out?
Come on.
Yeah, the game is more than a colony builder. It adds strategic layers of gameplay by opening up the outside world beyond the colony. And the world map is actually one of the key features we have spent a lot of time creating. And in the world map, players can send teams of
I like the fact they
to
moved
gather
the pause button into the big
and
button in the middle.
intelligence
I
about the
like that a
world around
lot.
their colony. And there they can encounter also other societies, which can be friendly
Because it
or
used to
not.
be this little. That must have been just in a recent
But they will
update.
react to players' reputation and decisions throughout the game.
So one thing that I noticed since I saw you two together last is a little change of outfit here. Everyone will remember who's been following this game how you announced it in your fantastic hazmat suits. You've updated your wardrobe, and I know you've been updating the game as well. So what's changed since we last saw you in Berlin?
So we've had 7 major content updates, and each of those updates has introduced new features, such as new trading system with other societies, vehicles that make movement in the world map much more efficient, and we also reworked the tech tree completely and expanded it quite drastically.
Yeah,
And
all
one
of
the
those
most
things
recent
sound like it
features
comes
is
with a
the
whole
combat
bunch
system,
of tiny
which
text
includes
UI.
a colony combat where you defend
Probably
your
not
colony
making this very
against
friendly to
raiding
play.
bandits. and
which is a
have
super
other
bummer.
smaller encounters with wild beasts that are roaming in the nature around your colony. And maybe one more thing to mention is the criminality system, which concerns
As I
every
said in my
colonist
Age
in
of
the game.
Empires 2 video,
Okay,
like
Stefan, but
I
what
would
about,
play more of these
Steam players? When will
turn-based
they be able to
real-time
get
game
Surviving the
strategy games, but
we will be bringing Surviving the
they're
Aftermath to
just
Steam Early
not
Access in October. Don't forget to wishlist
very
it.
low vision friendly.
And ever since we released the game last year, we have been receiving tons of good feedback from players. And we're hoping to develop the game with the feedback that we can get from the Steam community as well. And in fact, with the feedback that we have received, we felt that we need to add more updates to the roadmap so we can put all that content into the game that we know that
Well,
the
seeing as
players
how they're going to be talking
want
about
and that the
strategy
community
and
deserves.
not something super
So
into it,
with
I'm
all
going to
of
be
these
right back, guys. You can
updates,
just listen to
that
the
have
show
come
real quick.
along,
I got to refill
obviously
my
viewers are
water
wondering
really
what's
fast,
next.
but I will be
Lassie,
back
can you give us a sneak
momentarily.
Of course. Update 8, called Tainted Earth, will be available on June 18th to all Surviving the Aftermath players. And in this update, we focus on pollution, which further deepens this aspect of the game by adding different pollution strengths and an area of effect around the pollution deposits and catastrophes that makes the pollution levels rise. And I might say that this is our biggest update yet for the game.
Fantastic. For new players like myself, where can I get started with Surviving the Aftermath?
Well, as I mentioned before, you can wishlist it on Steam now, and where it will be out in early access on October 22nd this year. And you can also get it on Epic Game Store and Xbox Game Preview already. And our plan is to have the game leave early access in early 2021.
Fantastic. Well, thank you for joining us, Lasse. Thank you for joining us, Stefan.
Thank you.
That was Surviving the Aftermath.
So that was a very smooth Surviving the Aftermath stream. No catastrophes, nothing leaked, no radiation and so on like we're used to see in the usual gameplay streams.
Yeah, fair call, fair call. But let's move on from one game about surviving an apocalypse to another about surviving your own immortality.
But first, we have something special for Paradox fans and strategy players everywhere. It's the 4th anniversary of Hearts of Iron 4, so we want to congratulate the team on going 4-on-4. And here's a little something from the game team and game director, Don Lind.
Okay, guys. Oh, perfect timing. Got more ice and more water.
My name is Dan, and I'm the game director for Hearts of Iron 4. And I'm here today because this is the 4th anniversary for the game. So I want to say thank you for all our supporters, and all the feedback and all the great mods you guys have been doing.
Yeah, the
first
hour was really pretty interesting, but
and also
the second hour, not a lot of games in my particular
in the future, so definitely look forward to that.
Field of
In
interest.
2016, Paradox released the ultimate grand strategy war game. Over the years, the game has expanded and tools of history has evolved.
Soldiers, sailors, and airmen, you are about to embark upon the Great Crusade. You will bring about the destruction of the German war machine.
We shall fight on the beaches. We shall fight on the landing grounds. We shall never surrender.
Yeah, kind of just a bunch of overhead maps and newspaper clippings and this kind of thing. Okay, now we're going into the game.
Steps forth to the rescue and the liberation of
Like
the
almost like newspaper headline sort of a deal here.
Good luck, and let us all beseech the blessing of Almighty God upon this great and noble undertaking.
Yeah, okay. Not really much gameplay there. Just like I said, there was a little bit where it could kind of zoom out.
To Hearts of Iron 4 on 4 years.
Yeah.
All right, family, we've got quite the treat for you today. Come on. We recently showed you the wholesome and rhythmic way in which Kindred celebrate the holidays on our Xbox Series X showcase. But what you saw was only most of the trailer. What we have for you today is what we're calling the Prince's Cut, with a very special guest appearance, so I suggest you stick around. We're also going to find out what you get when you pre-order the Bloodlines 2 Collector's Edition.
Oh, okay, blah. Okay, here we go. Good, we're gonna get this before the PC gaming show. And I want to know what this PC specs are going to be. Again, this is where I'm going to have to wait and try to see if I can get my RTX 3800 when it ever comes out. Okay, so I'm going all digital. I'm not going to get the physical tchotchkes. I mean, not for this game. I mean, yes, I'm into it, and I would definitely want to play it, but I'm not, it's not something like it. I didn't even get the Mortal Kombat or Doom Special Edition. I kind of gave up on those for the most part. We got some statues here, looks like. I wish they would just voice what you're going to get too, like describe them. I mean, yeah, you can look at it,
and
but
joining me here in the studio today is Nikat Ali,
I
lead
really wish
producer
they would.
at Paradox Interactive.
Hello, everyone.
Everything just has to be
and
visual.
Rachel Leica, lead creative designer at Hardsuit Labs.
Set to music.
Hello.
Now these guys
Check and
have
see if I
all
have
the
any more
gruesome
chat.
details, but
I
let's
don't think
start
so,
with
but-
what is your
Nope.
favorite part of the collector's edition, Nikki?
That will be the Elif statue, and that's
course.
because she's my favorite character. But also, since I lived in Seattle for 6 months, it's really good to have a map kept as a memento.
And it's quite a faithful recreation of Seattle, as I
Yeah.
understand it.
Oh,
Exactly.
sweet.
Cartoonified.
Very, very cool.
I've
Rachel,
been to the
what's your
University of
favorite part
Washington
the
in
collector's edition?
Seattle.
I'm a big fan of that 7-inch vinyl of the original soundtrack. It's a really stunning physical copy.
Oh, that soundtrack was really good.
Really amazing soundtrack.
I have that in my
made
gaming music
partially
collection.
by Rick Schaefer, composer from the original game. So I'm pretty excited to
I
throw
grabbed
that
it
on my
right off
turntable.
of the game.
I don't think
no,
you'll be the
it
only
wasn't
one.
in a game
Any
disc. I got
Bloodlines
that.
fan have that theme stuck in their head. We've teased it enough.
did I get that
It's
on
time to find out
Steam?
which
'Cause it
kindred
was
survived those Los Angeles
Right before
nights
Steam
and the
really
long, long
came
road to
out,
Seattle.
or right when it came out. I'm trying to remember if I got that. I mean, I own it digitally now, but I'm trying to remember if I have the discs for the original Bloodlines or not. But yeah, the original had a great soundtrack. Great soundtrack. Hope we get a release date. Oh yeah, I do remember seeing this. Preview. I don't like these trailers because they don't show gameplay. Like I want to know. Like I actually want to see gameplay. Like you can have some cutscene stuff in there, but I don't. Okay, we're dancing around. Who cares?
Let's show them how we do. Everyone grab a lid.
Bye-bye now.
Not a huge fan of this song. Not a big fan of the like 40s band, big band kind of stuff all that much. Oh, there's some gameplay. Okay, here we go. Third person, first person. Yep. You can switch between them. And I remember the video card I had when the game came out, I could play it in the beginning okay, but once it got bigger environments and more enemies, this game ran like, the first game ran like absolute ass on my machine. It ran so choppy that I had to use cheat codes because it was so unplayable. The frame rate was so bad. But I was so close to the end, I had to finish it. Alright, so tiny little snippets of gameplay, but yeah, first person. Vampire. The Masquerade Bloodlines 2. When do we play it? Oh, good. I didn't join us. Okay, join us something that kind of blurred out there. Damn it. I didn't get to see if they said a release date. Oh. Oh, here we go. Gameplay. Gameplay. This is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about.
Move and the back of your head's gonna be so full of phosphorus, it'll be a war crime.
Oh. That voice sounds so familiar.
That's right, everybody. Damsel is back for Bloodlines 2. We are
Okay.
so excited to be able to announce this, that she has returned for our game.
Sweet.
She has spent her time in California since the first game, establishing the Anarch Free State there, and now she's on her way to the Pacific Northwest to spread that good Anarch word.
Ugh, Bruja and Anarch. I can almost feel the rebel's blood rising. Where's the Justicar when you need one? But okay, clan critique aside, one of the great things about Damsel that old fans loved was the voice actress.
Yeah, that was Courtney Taylor, and she's reprising her role as Damsel, which is super
I'm trying to remember
exciting.
what else she's been in, because that voice is so familiar.
I won't be forced to fleshcraft anybody's voice box into anybody else. But is there anything else that you guys would like to share with the viewers about Bloodlines 2? Rachel?
Release date? System specs?
Well, we're just really excited for people to start playing the game and kind of find out what kind of monster you're going to become.
Yeah.
You can make all kinds of choices in this game. You can do all kinds of things. You can glide across rooftops. You can use your powers of vampiric persuasion to get what you want out of people.
I wonder if John
You can
DiMaggio is going to
even,
be back.
Dance your way into certain people's
Because he was
hearts,
one of the
if
Anarch
that is what you would
dudes.
like to do.
Forget his
there
name.
are many ways to be a vampire in
That guy was
this
cool.
game. Of course, the right answer is to be a Bruja, because we have cool jackets and are pros at rabble rousing.
Okay, there you have it. The one defining feature of Bruja is their 80s fashion sense. And thanks for joining us via link, Rachel,
when
and
do we
thanks
get
for
to
coming
play
into
it?
the studio, Nikki.
I didn't get to see on the trailer
That
if it
was
said.
Rachel Laika and Nikat Ali from the Bloodlines 2 team.
Blarg. I want to know when to play it.
Seriously, that trailer really creeps me out. It gets me every time. But I can't believe that Damsel is in the game. I'm just thinking cosplay potential for all the future events.
Definitely. You could also be thinking, well, the Anarch scum have revealed their position, and with the Archons moving swiftly towards Seattle, I think that's a wrap.
I think so too. We've experienced murders and betrayals in Crusader Kings 3.
We've met a boss in Empire of Sin.
Okay.
Trapped convicts on an island in Prison Architect.
So yeah, I don't know unless they're going to have another.
The needs of the environment.
Unless they're going to have another.
Celebrated Hearts of Iron 4.
And reconnected with a
studio
fan
come
favorite
in.
and my old enemy in
We
Vampire the
might be good for the
Masquerade,
PC show in
Bloodlines 2.
20 minutes.
We hope that you've enjoyed this insider look. Please stay safe, stay sane, wash your hands and play some games.
Sounds good to
That's all
me.
from Stockholm. Have a good night. Bye.
All right, so we'll just see if they're going to have anything else as part of the collective today, because they said they were going to have what was it, like over 80 titles or something like that. So I mean they flew through at least, definitely more than 20. So even if they kept it to like a couple hours per day, we've got 3 days of this, and so they could easily cover more
Ladies
games.
and gentlemen, that wraps up the Guerrilla
Okay.
Collective's first day, but we are far
Yeah.
from done. Of course, we've shown you a bunch of games.
I've
you
heard
can get
Devolver
today,
Digital
but we've
is
also
supposed to be a
partnered
part
with
of it,
Steam.
too, which-
You can head over there to the Guerrilla Collective
Man.
section. You can wishlist the games. You can show these developers love. Beyond that, you can catch the PC Gaming Show today at 11 a.m. Pacific.
Damn Skippy.
And then you can catch the Future Game Show at 2 p.m. Pacific.
Indeed. See,
if that
we
wasn't
got
enough, we're back with day 2 of the Guerrilla Collective
Tomorrow at
9
11
Pacific,
a.m.
with even more
Central.
reveals, trailers, and demos, and then
We're there,
we
dude.
wrap up Monday, starting at 9 a.m. Pacific, with extended gameplay sessions with the developers.
Oh,
You
yeah.
won't want to miss any of it, I swear.
I'm
But until
coming
next time,
back.
no, it's been our pleasure to serve you.
Yeah, so I like this sort of nice bite-sized chunks.
The Guerrilla Collective thanks its gold sponsor,
All
ID
right,
at Xbox.
so let's go back.
As well as all of these
Okay,
supporting
let's shush. Okay, we'll go here. We've got Schnikes. Did I have? Okay, we have the Steam page. I just want to look at the main Steam page really fast because I want to see if they're listing Resident Evil 3. I just wanted to see if there was like a big Guerrilla Collective. We got the EA thing. I'm going to look up that metal thing really fast, and we're going to try to find the PC gaming. So let's go Metal Hell something. Metal. Oh, wait. Okay. Yeah. Okay. This is it right here. Metal Hellsinger. This looks freaking rad, dude. Okay. Let's see. Do you give me planned release date 2021? No. We gotta wait a long ass time for that one. But I'm gonna add it to my wish list right now. Because that game looks sick. I want it. And I wish to God I knew what that other one was called. Let me see. Let's see. What do we got here? The future. Okay, so this PC gaming show. We'll look at that here in a minute. Tempted to look. Let me see here. Google.com. I just want to look up. I just want to see if I can find a list of games, because I want to find out what the hell that other shooter was. And I might just do this after the stream. But what did you guys think of that first? Yeah, I'll just leave this page up and I'll come back to it. What did you think of the Guerrilla Collective Day 1? Like I said, the first hour to me, seemed pretty interesting. There was a lot of, third person. There was a lot of this kind of like third person stuff, a lot of overhead, kind of really artsy stuff. A lot of low poly. They had that one that kind of had this like that noir game. Those two shooters really drew my attention. Trying to think what else there was that. There were games that definitely seemed like they had potential, and I probably will check out some of them at some point. And some of them were just really weird, and so I'm kind of curious. And there was a mix of 2020, 21 titles in there, 2020 and 2021. So yeah, a lot of it was stuff that we could, either that we're going to play on this current gen, but there was a few things that seemed like they're going to be for more PC and next generation. So PC gaming show, what do we expect? I don't know. I know we're going to hopefully see some cool new games there, and games that we don't know about, hopefully. And I'm hoping that maybe we do hear something. I know in the last couple of years they've been really promoted by AMD. They've been sponsoring, but I'm hoping maybe that we can come back and maybe there'll be, maybe NVIDIA will have their own event at some point in the next month or two, or just say, hey, by the way, we're releasing these things. Because, yeah, the 3800, if I get a new rig either by the end of the year, I want to know, it's June 25th, they're having their Cyberpunk event. I just want to know if my computer is going to frickin' explode if I try to play that thing. I want to know if my current rig, I want to know, do I have to upgrade my PC before September? Because I don't remember exactly what day in September Cyberpunk is coming out. But am I going to have to upgrade it before or after? Like, can I get by? Obviously it'll look better on my new rig, but like, can it at least be played at a reasonable level on my current machine? So here we go, the PC gaming show. Let's click on this. We'll probably get a splash screen. Oh, what do we got here? All right. So, not sure what this is, but it's probably just some pre-show stuff. I don't know. We'll just kind of camp out here and wait for it to start, but some dudes fighting with a lightsaber. Digging the music. Oh wait, let me see, because I think I have the volume turned down. Yeah, let's It's kind of got like an Irish, kind of like an Irish ditty rhythm to it, but metal. And I can get behind that. I can get behind that for sure. Maybe this is like a pre-show they got going on. But they said 2 p.m. Eastern, so it is 12:48 Central, so we got 12 minutes. You know, what do you guys want to see from the PC gaming show? What would you guys like to see? I mean, obviously I would love to see more accessibility, but they're not going to focus on that. Like, they're just not. You know, even if some of these games do have accessibility, like, you know, you're just... We're not in... You know, yeah, even The Last of Us, you know, it was before their official announcement, but even that event that we streamed, what was it? Was it a week or 2 weeks ago? It's all a blur, I can't even remember. Oh, dude, Duke Nukem. That's some kind of a Duke Nukem remix. Duke Nukem 3D, hell yeah. If you haven't heard it, Megadeth actually did a really cool... a cool Duke Nukem theme. They officially did one. Just go look that up on YouTube. It's pretty cool, pretty great. I'm digging this though. Hell yeah, Duke Nukem, man. Good 3D. Duke Nukem Forever? Not so much. Duke Nukem 3D or Duke Nukem Forever was kind of poopy in a lot of ways. There were little bits of it that were fun, but there was a lot of it that was just not... It was just boring or frustrating. So... Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm thinking maybe we're gonna get to see some new shooters. I would love to see if they're going to have any news on that new, not just the Sin game that I recorded a video for not too long ago, but they're totally redoing the original Sin game. I'd like to see that. I'd like to see what more that studio is doing too. Oh God, what are they called? Night Dive Studios. They've been doing some great remakes with their Turok games and just bringing back a lot of these classic games and making them playable on modern platforms. And again, I so get behind that because I'm all for it. I would like to see Turok 3 come as well, just for the fact that I owned it. I don't know if I think I might have sold it at some point, but like I wouldn't mind going through that game and just seeing what it is like, because I beat 1. I don't know if I beat 2, but I came close. And Turok 3 was weird because if I remember correctly, it actually partly took place in modern times. Like the first level was in modern city-day streets and stuff. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I would just like to see some kind of really neat... I want to see some new stuff, like some cool stuff I'm not expecting. I remember seeing, I think last year, during the PC Gaming Show, I think is where I saw Maneater. And that came out about a month ago, and it is good. It is great. I love chomping down on dudes. Ooh, did I see some Max Payne? Oh man, a Max Payne, like an actual modern remake. Yeah, that is so Max Payne there. I did a video. I haven't released it yet, but I did record a video for the original Max Payne, and it shows its age in some areas for sure. But with the modern patch that I had to apply to it to make it work correctly, it's still a really cool game. I mean, I remember really anticipating this game when it came out, and yeah, Max Payne 1 was really cool. 2 was pretty great too, although I don't remember that one too much. I remember like the dream sequences in both games were really messed up. The main thing I remember about 2 is there's this mission I didn't like. It was this weird sniping mission where you had to cover, what was her name? Mona, I think? Was it Mona Sachs? I think was her name. But yeah, you had, it was like this sniper mission, and you had to cover her as she was making her way through some environments. But, you know, just the slow-mo, you know, again, The Matrix had come out in 1999. This game came out in, like, 2001. And so it was really one of the first games that nailed the whole, like, diving and shooting sort of a thing. Like I said, even the 3D Mark benchmark tool had a, it was like 3D Mark 2000 or 2001, I think. And it had... it had a custom scene from Max Payne where they basically recreated the lobby scene from The Matrix, and just shit was flying everywhere. And it was cool. Yeah, it was cool. It really made me want that game. I'm like, oh man, if you can actually do that in game, yeah. I really wanted to play that. So yeah, it's just a sizzle reel of just some classic stuff, some remade game music. But we are officially 5 minutes away from the PC gaming show, and depending on how long it goes, well, you know, I don't know. We'll I totally forgot about the Future of Gaming show that's going to be at 4 o'clock my time, so maybe I'll be able to take a break and maybe grab a sandwich or something. But I hope we get to see some cool PC stuff, because I do play a lot of things on the PC. Even cross-platform, I typically go PC. Okay, Final Fantasy or something here. We got menus. Menus. Not really my thing, but hey. Background music's pretty entertaining, though. So we have the Guerrilla Collective tomorrow at 11. Monday at 11. I'll just maybe take an early lunch break and call it my, call it my streaming time, because I do. Yeah, because I was gonna say no. I had this last Monday off. But I work tomorrow or on Monday, so I'll squeeze it in. I get to work from home, so you know what? As long as I get my work done, I can shuffle my hours a little bit. We're all good. We're gonna stream the Guerrilla Collective Day 2 and 3. And then I gotta look and see when I want to say that VR showcase might be on the 18th. I think EA is on the 18th. Let's see, 14th. So 15th is Monday. 16, 17. I don't think there's anything for the Summer of Gaming. I don't think, but I gotta look. The 18th, there will be a couple of things. I know that. The 25th, I know there might be something on the 23rd, but I don't recall. The 25th, I know we're having the Cyberpunk thing, and I really need to watch that. And then, of course, the 19th I have taken off because I have The Last of Us Part 2 preloaded. It shows up in my list of games already on my PS4, so I am so ready to try that out. Look at its accessibility. There's other videos that I need to record. Once all these events calm down, we'll get to more of a regular streaming. You know, I'll stream actual gameplay or stream me playing games again. But, you know, this year's weird. You know, we're just going to go with the flow and see what we got going here. But, I mean, admittedly, I do like watching these types of streams because, you know, it's just fun getting excited about new games, you know? I mean, I'm current gen, next gen, whatever. God, I'm trying to remember what that song is from because it's so familiar. I want to know what the band is too, because they're doing some really kind of cool remakes. I'd listen to this in the background while I'm working. Some instrumental game music. It's really good for that kind of thing. Because lyrics, they're not as distracting. You know, usually most of them don't have lyrics, so I can, you know, write Word documents or my reports and... Oh, God. This sounds familiar too. I'm just chilling, listening to the music. But yeah, I mean, things are spread out a lot more this year, but like I said, I figure, you know, even if no one comes in live, we'll have it archived if people want to watch it and hear my comments on accessibility and some of my accessibility frustrations for these types of events, like oh, let's flash up the title for, you know, 0.3 seconds and you got to be able to read it quick enough. It is frustrating, but you know, what are you going to do? Almost time. Maybe let me grab a drink of water real fast. Oh, okay, there's our lightsabers again. So it looks like we're on kind of a loop. I wonder if we'll get the Duke Nukem theme next again. There we go. Alright. Oh, we got credits now. I don't think we had that before, so... Alright, well, maybe, yeah, if we're getting the credits for this pre-roll reel, we should probably, yeah, be starting the live show here any minute now. And I do kind of like doing these live streams instead of trying to write down and remember all the crap later and then regurgitating my thoughts on everything, like the reactions and stuff. Here we go. Rating RP to M. Okay. So we're going to start with a sizzle reel.
As you guys can see, I'm missing my left eye.
Okay.
There is a community that I am a part of.
You're unique. Do you not like anyone else?
Good evening, please.
I'm currently in a call with my friend, not responding anymore.
He's breathing really hard. You know he just had a seizure.
What the hell?
I built an arcade in my basement. This is my home.
You're in a whole different world.
Who cares what size you are, what gender you are?
I'm finally done gluing all the details on the sword.
Is this some kind of spotlight on streamers?
When they see this car. It's like one of the most badass things you could drive.
Dude, that vehicle looks pretty cool. Ooh, I like that car. Okay, I'm not quite sure what that was about. But sure, I guess. Interesting. Nobody in. I know everyone's probably outside enjoying the weather. But I'm a nerd, I gotta stay inside and watch my game videos. I did have my windows open though. Some kind of a trailer. PC gaming show. Okay, here we go. Okay, so this isn't for any game in particular. This is just their kind of title-ish thing going here. What a weird robot dude. Little Terminator-esque interface. It's okay. It's like a... I don't know what their message is here, but yeah, I don't know. Wasteland Apocalypse 2020, I don't know.
3, 2, 1.
Yeah, okay. 3, 2, 1.
This is the PC Gaming Show.
Okay.
For the next 2 hours, we'll show
2
you
hours.
new footage and announcements for more than 40 games, including the next game from Dean Hall, the creator of DayZ, the world-exclusive debut of gameplay footage for Evil Genius 2, Ruthless Combat in Mortal Shell, Everspace 2, epic battles in A Total War Saga, Troy, Torchlight 3, what's coming in the next chapter of Elite Dangerous, Mafia Definitive Edition.
Okay.
A look at New World, Amazon's upcoming open-world MMO.
Why, hello there, PC Gaming Show. This is Greg Miller, just borrowing your broadcast for a moment to say that later on, I'll be dropping in again to reveal one of my favorite franchises that's coming to PC for the first time ever. If you can name this tune, maybe you'll recognize what it is. See you later in the show.
I'm not sure.
And now your PC Gaming Show hosts, Day9 and Frankie Ward.
The over-enunciating announcer. PC Gaming Show.
Hello, Internet. Welcome to the 2020 PC Gaming Show. I am one of your hosts today, Sean Day9.
I was going to say, you're on a black screen.
And I'm delighted to have you wherever you may be tuning in. Twitch or YouTube or Twitter. Welcome to our 6th annual event where we have over 2 hours of content.
Over 2
plus
hours.
Games we're going to be looking at in the form of reveals, trailers, interviews that we've recorded in the last several weeks. Before we get into that, though, I want to take a moment to address the ongoing situation in America.
Of course.
While we're glad to be showing you some games today, there are many, many more people fighting for something far, far more important.
Agreed.
The struggle against police violence and the systemic oppression of Black Americans. I and everyone who works on the PC Gaming Show each year, we know that Black lives matter, and this is not a fight that we are willing to stand on the sidelines for.
Good.
So what can we all do? There's a great many organizations that deserve support right now, and one of them is the NAACP Legal Defense and Education Fund at naacpldf.org. If you want to support this and get some great games in the process, hundreds of developers have joined together at itch.io to create the Bundle for Racial Justice.
I have not picked that up yet, but there are literally like 1,000 games in that thing. It's freaking ridiculous.
Go to the NAACP Fund and the Community Bail Fund. There's a lot
I
more
probably will
resources
contribute
and
to that,
information
though.
we'd like to share. So PC Gamer has created an ongoing list of ways that you can get involved in supporting protesters. That's at pcgamer.com/Black Lives Matter. Okay, we're going to begin the reveals in a moment, but this wouldn't be a PC Gaming Show without my dear friend and co-host Frankie Ward joining us from the other side of the internet. Welcome, Frankie, and why don't you say hello?
Hello, Sean, and hello to everyone watching around the world. We're really excited to be with you again, and Sean, I've prepared a veritable smorgasbord of PC gaming interviews, trailers, and announcements. This year's show features the most games we've ever presented, so grab your beverage of choice, because it's go time.
Yeah, I already had my can of Coke
Thanks,
today,
Frankie.
otherwise...
And I gotta say, your apartment looks quite a bit more like a music video than mine does. Maybe I should have sprung for better lighting. Either way, it's time for the PC.
Yeah, I was trying to
Gaming
figure
Show.
out what he was
And as I
supposed to
said
be in
earlier,
his backdrop there. It almost
we've
looks
been
like some
talking
sort of
to
like
developers, interviewing them for
vault
weeks
with
now,
like caution
and
signs. There's
though
a
it
big
looks
3
kinda
on there.
empty
Like he's
here, I'm not alone.
not quite sure
My
what he's in
beautiful
there.
assistant, and good buddy DevBot. You may have seen him making his way over here. He is awaiting us, so let's go join him and get the show started.
DevBot.
All right, DevBot, what do we have for this year's PC gaming show?
I've downloaded 50 game trailers and 10 interviews, Sean, along with a full report of the most secret gaming layer friendly dogs, per your request. Australian Shepherds rank 4th among all dog breeds.
Oh, well, excellent. Well, what should we play first then?
Scanning. Processing. My readings indicate that the audience would like to see Vikings.
Well, that sounds great. Then let's kick it off with Valheim, a Viking survival game where you'll fight monsters, craft weapons, build and sail ships on an open ocean, all while exploring a procedurally generated landscape. Show me the game, DevBot.
Now loading Valheim.
Valheim. I haven't even heard of this. So I don't know if this is like a... Okay, world exclusive, yeah, so... I don't know that I've ever heard of it, so... My guess would be some sort of third-person, open-worldy thingy? A lot of Viking trends lately. We got Valhalla, Assassin's Creed Valhalla, and I think there was some other Viking game in the works, too. But I can't remember the name of... Oh, we got Iron Gate again. I remember that from the last show. Oh, I wonder if there was a trailer. I wonder if this was one of those titles I didn't get to read in time. Damn. Procedurally generated Viking survival. Interesting. Alright, yeah, third person. Okay, we're in. Alright. I like where this is going. This could be really neat. Looks really good. Definitely looks like there might be some really fancy lighting effects going on. This is probably some RTX stuff. Okay, yeah, look at that lens flare. I wonder if this is like RPG-esque, or if it's more action, or like what the ratio is between survival and action and crafting, and I don't know, like how much story is there to it. I mean, on first glance, it seems intriguing. I don't know. Get to fight beasts and dudes and... Sure.
The next game has been in the
Okay,
works
yeah,
for
I think I
quite a
did see
while,
this
and it's
earlier.
just
This was when I was
about
trying
to
to
come
figure out
out.
how to read.
I've been following it the whole time, and if a game that features farming, creature collection, dance battles, and bears wearing pants sounds like your cup of tea, then it's time to put the kettle on and enjoy some ooblets.
I've heard of it before. I thought it was out already. Maybe there's early access or something, but I've heard of ooblets. Not sure if I would be into it, but yeah, definitely kind of a cutesy, you know, kind of the way she described it there. Yeah, not really my thing, but again, it is just nice to see things with color in them, and not everything is all bleak and dystopic right now. You know, it's nice to see some things with some color and charm. I mean, there's some weird stuff at that PlayStation event the other day. Keep thinking about, what was it called? Bug Snacks?
I've selected the next game for the PC gaming
It's just so weird.
Well, great. What do you got, DevBot?
The game is Torchlight 3, a cherished action RPG franchise that features a number of original playable classes.
DevBot, you wouldn't have chosen this game because in Torchlight 3 you can play as a steam-powered robot, would you?
My game selections are entirely objective and determined by an algorithm that shows the audience only what it wants to see.
Show me the algorithm, DevBot.
The algorithm is proprietary.
Okay, well, let's play the Torchlight 3 trailer, and when we're done, I want to talk to one of the Torchlight 3 devs.
So yeah, this is kind of like a Diablo-esque thing. I think I got it for free somehow at some point. The original, and I don't know if I own Torchlight 2. But,
in a world of
again, I gotta play Diablo 3. But now that I played like Minecraft and that, I'm just spoiled and I want text-to-speech. Minecraft Dungeons, I want text-to-speech.
or the future of the frontier.
Showing quite a bit of gameplay though, gameplay clips.
Battle hordes of ancient, powerful enemies. Unite with others to claim your fame and glory.
Yep, I think it's always had co-op.
Torchlight.
Not sure if the first one did, but
your legend awaits.
Okay.
Oh, DevBot, please connect me with one of those developers.
You got it, Sean.
Joining me
Early
today
access,
to talk about
it's now available.
Torchlight 3 is Max Schaefer. Max, thanks so much for joining us.
Hey, thanks for having me. I'm happy to be here.
Now, Max, Torchlight 2's story began with the alchemist from the original Torchlight becoming corrupted and evil. How does Torchlight 3's story tie into the first two?
Well, we're in the same world, obviously. We're about a century later now, though, and the Empire is
century. Wow.
Yes, the Empire is in decline, and they've gotten a little lazy, a little comfortable, and a new threat looms on the horizon. So once again, the adventurers will have to battle the Netherim and all the evil baddies threatening the world.
In terms of the scope and scale of Torchlight 3, how does it compare to the previous editions?
It's our biggest
well, we've
game
expanded
ever.
quite a bit. Now, first, anyone who's played Torchlight 1 and Torchlight 2 will be comfortable with the mechanics and how to play it and all. But we've expanded and let players make their own mark in the world itself. Like, you get a customized fort that you can decorate, that you can build things in. You can do things that benefit your whole account, and you can put things in there that are useful to other players. And other players will see your fort randomly out in the world.
I want to ask a little bit about the classes, because if you're an action RPG player, you may recognize something like a knight or a mage. But in Torchlight 3, we got the steam-powered robots. We have the rail master that can summon trains. Talk to me about not just what some of the classes that players can expect are, but how you even come up with this glorious stuff.
Well, I think that you know, we've always wanted to avoid going like right down Main Street with our character classes and try to do something interesting. But at the same time, we wanted you to be able to look at them and get a sense and get a kind of an intuitive sense of what they do. And so we've applied that here. We've got some really fun characters, like you said, the fully robotic, steam-powered robot, and a guy that summons trains. But we've also got some other cool classes too: a sharpshooter and a dusk mage. And you know, honestly, they all have new twists, and they're all pretty fun to play.
In terms of the game world itself, how like specifically do the forts get integrated? Like, what does it mean to stumble across someone else's fort as you're going through the world?
Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to be able to play this one. Like I said, I haven't even played the first two really yet, so I feel like I'm going to miss out if I start the third one.
So you will see some random person
and who knows
from the
how
world's fort,
accessible the UI is going to be either.
Occasionally, randomly, your own fort.
A lot of reading
it's definitely worth
weapon
exploring
stats
their
and
fort
such.
because you can not only use things like the luck tree, but you can use their enchanting table and whatever recipes they've unlocked to enchant your own items. So it's really worthwhile for you to go check them out.
Now, pets were a big part of the earlier Torchlight games. What type of pet?
I don't know. I mean, I feel like I should keep my chat open here, but it's just that no one's joining, so I might just lock my phone and say to heck with it.
Goes and takes your items back to town.
I don't know. Keep it open for a little while.
We've introduced kind of a collection mechanic, so you can find pets out in the wild by defeating bosses, and make a whole stable of pets that you, of course, keep in your fort.
Now, Max, I know that the Torchlight series has an enormous fan base. For those who are looking to get their hands on Torchlight 3, where can they go and when can they play it?
Well, I'm very, very happy to announce that we are available on Steam right now in early access for $29.99. Go check it out. It's available right this minute.
This is the best kind of answer in the PC gaming show. You can get it now. Once again, Max Schaefer from the Torchlight 3 team, thank you so much for joining us. Once again,
no
go
argument
to Steam
here.
right now to get your hands on the early access version of Torchlight 3. We're just getting started here on the PC Gaming Show. Let's take a look at what's coming up next.
You're watching the PC Gaming Show. Coming up later,
Announcer.
An exclusive look at the next game from DayZ creator Dean Hall. Blanco's Block Party. The
Kind of reminds me of like a weird,
Mind,
different form of like Optimus Prime or something.
Back to you, Sean.
Well, hey everyone, I hope you're having a great time. I know I am, and I know you want to tell me how much fun you're having, but don't shout. The walls are very thick in here. I can see you though if you use the PC Gaming Show hashtag on Twitter or Facebook or the PC Gamer forums or a Ouija board or a Messenger Falcon, whatever is your desired form of communication. I'm sure you've been seeing many of those comments show up live in the show today.
This banter has never worked. Like I like the other shows where they just cut all this trying to be funny crap.
It's time to head on over to Frankie Ward.
And just got rid of this talking head stuff. Like
Elite Dangerous, the space simulation MMO from Frontier, has continued to evolve over the past 5 years. Set in a one-to-one recreation of our actual Milky Way galaxy, players forge their own path, build and break alliances, trade, fight, and earn the rank of Elite. Join us as we journey into the next era of Elite Dangerous, set to take a giant leap once more.
Yeah, and they had a VR version of it too, which I don't believe I own because I'm generally terrible at space sims. They look cool, but I'm just awful at space flying. Or flight sims in general, I'm just not very good at. We're actually going to get some ground-based stuff, like a different type of game in the universe. Because we're on a planet, so... On an epic journey. Huh. Odyssey, okay. Elite Dangerous Odyssey. Huh. Okay.
Joining me to talk about the next
early
chapter
access
of Elite Dangerous
okay,
is
early
Piers
2021,
Jackson from
okay.
Frontier Developments. Thanks so much for joining us, Piers.
Oh, you're welcome. It's good to be here.
Now, I have a lot of questions about the trailer we just saw, but I'm wondering if you can contextualize a little bit for those who haven't played Elite Dangerous. What is it?
So I think the best way of explaining what Elite Dangerous is to understand how big it is. We have created a title that's the most complete, authentic space simulation of any game out there, and it's just vast. It's the whole galaxy. You can explore it. You can take your own path. You can be a pilot, a trader, a bounty hunter. You can do what you want. You can go where you want, and you can do your own thing. And it's that sort of freedom and the ability for people to tell their own story that I think.
I like the idea. I just don't have time to sink into it. And I think there might be some accessibility
issues.
issues.
For Elite Dangerous, there's a lot of gameplay that happens in ships. There's a lot of focus on the economy and trading. In this trailer, though, we saw feet on the ground.
Right.
Which immediately makes me ask, what is it that we should expect? What should we glean from the trailer?
Oh, I think you've hit the nail on the head. Ultimately, the big new feature that we're looking to release here is the fact that you can now, for the very first time, set foot on our planets. We've created the last edition, really, in terms of going from space all the way down to the planet's surface.
Kind of a No Man's Sky thing.
You can explore, you can interact with the environment. And we've taken the mission-based gameplay and the idea of forging your own path and creating your own experience that the space game has, and we've transposed that right down onto the planet. For the first time, you'll be able to access a whole pile of new planets, all ones with tenuous atmospheres, and obviously you're going to be able to play this in multiplayer, so you'll be able to join up with your friends. You can experience the game from the ship, from an SRV, and finally from on foot.
In what way will this ground, walking on the planet component transform the existing aspects of Elite?
Yeah, like I wonder what you'll actually be able to do. Like, are you going to be able to build things or shoot dudes or find aliens?
To the buggies, the SRVs, all the way up to the spaceships, so that it becomes a holistic event. The design actually encapsulates the whole experience.
In terms of some of the other systems that are on the planets, or various resources or points of interest, what are some of those that might tie back to some of the gameplay that someone would be familiar with?
So we have new planets that you can visit. You can visit old planets, and we have refreshed the visuals on them, so you can really set foot and be the first to actually make footfall on a new planet.
Now, Piers, I have a combo question for you. Elite Dangerous is available right now. Where can players go to play Elite Dangerous, and when can they expect the Odyssey update?
So you can join in with our community now, playing Elite Dangerous. Download it via Steam, or go to the Frontier store, or purchase it on console. We have many people playing it. In terms of Odyssey, you can expect to see that next year.
Yep, early 2021,
I hope you
they
all
said.
enjoyed that conversation about Elite Dangerous. It's a treat to see the way the game is continuing to evolve.
It's a neat thing. It's just...
Sean, I'm sorry to interrupt, but our broadcast is being hijacked by another host.
Not again.
See, yeah, this stuff they
Hi
just...
there again, PC gamers. It's me, Greg Miller.
This
Maybe
stuff
you saw
just
me
is
host
not
the Guerrilla
funny.
Collective live stream earlier today. No, I didn't watch. Okay, well, that sucks. I'll give the PC Gaming Show back to its usual host in a moment, but I couldn't let anyone else announce this next trailer, which is a game near and dear to my heart. Let's take a look.
What? Atlas. Oh. Okay, they usually got... Oh, is this going to be like a Persona? Steam. Oh, people are going to lose their shit if it is. I've heard some rumors about Persona 4 coming to the PC, because that was a PlayStation 3 game, and I think it maybe got put to PS4.
Persona 4 Golden is available now on Steam.
Oh, wow.
If you haven't played this, now you have no excuse. Persona 4 Golden is a masterpiece.
Giant Bomb did a whole playthrough of
The
it.
story,
I
the
forget what they
action, the
called it.
characters. This is something you have to go get right now.
It is
It's been
turn-based.
awesome to see Atlas games make their way onto the PC. I'm glad this one is finally here. Anyway, I better hand the show back over
But
to
there
Sean.
is a lot of
He gets
voice
back to you.
acting
See you
to
later,
it.
PC gamers.
Well, that was
And that was
weird.
even
I
the
thought this live
original.
stream was supposed to be secure.
I'm analyzing the security breach now, Sean.
And I wonder if they've added more voice acting to the Golden Edition. I don't know,
All right
but
then.
I may
While
look
we get
into it
this
on a
sorted out,
sale.
Let's head on over to Frankie.
Okay, I didn't know that it was going to be out immediately.
Our next trailer reveals an all-new psychological horror game coming to PC, PlayStation 5, and Xbox Series X early next year. In Sound Mind will challenge your expectations as it ushers you through the deepest corners of your psyche. It sounds like every night before I go to sleep, honestly. The game also features a chilling original soundtrack by The Living Tombstone. Courtesy of indie outfit We Create Stuff and publisher Modus Games, let's take a look at In Sound Mind.
Yeah, nobody's in here. I'm just going to let this thing charge. I'm just going to close my phone. I mean, the one advantage to this, like, I don't like a lot of their banter, but they do say the game titles. So there is that. I do like that aspect for sure. But a lot of their banter just really falls flat for me.
It's just a state of mind. A locked door that traps you inside it. But once you find the key to your terror, fear will no longer exist. What a bunch of bullshit.
I think it's first person, but I'm not sure. 2021. You can definitely tell there is definitely a layer of sheen, a layer of like the next level of graphics. Like there's just some texture clarity, and you can just kind of tell this RTX, this ray tracing stuff. That does add a fair bit to these games. I mean, they just have this extra, like I said, level of, I don't know, some kind of a sheen to them.
Hey everyone, I'm Ido, producer at We Create Stuff.
Hey, I'm Gen, creative director.
Hey, Tombstone here. We're the developers who brought you Nightmare House 2, and now we're
I don't
back.
think I've ever played that.
We partnered with Modus Games and The Living Tombstone, and we're working on a new indie horror game, in sound mind.
Demo is now out on Steam. Let us know what you think.
Thanks.
Oh, demo is out. Okay.
So hey, DevBot, how did you get here today anyway?
Wow.
Well, Sean, my sleep state was interrupted when I realized I was late to this year's PC gaming show. So naturally, I panicked. I had to improvise about how to reach our undisclosed broadcasting location before you began the show.
See, this is just so dumb.
Roads in the desert. I am not an all-terrain vehicle, it was discovered. I tried to
Really? It's just not funny. I mean, it's...
Ever since the 1991 documentary Terminator 2, no one in Los Angeles trusts robots.
Documentary Terminator 2. Uh-huh.
At that point, I was already right outside a secret location.
Cool. Hey, let's take a look at our next trailer.
Just because you make fun of it and you pretend to snore does not make it any funnier. It's still dumb. It's still dumb. Okay, what trailer is this for? What is this gonna be? That really didn't... Oh, God. Oh, Arabian Nights? Or... Oh, boy, that's... yeah, that's...
You'll be surprised to know that I enjoy real-time strategy games, and that's why I'm excited for our next trailer.
I'm not
It's
super into
Wartime,
them.
a cooperative RTS, where up to 3 players can split up the work of building, mining, and fighting, working together to build defenses, machinery, and traps, train armies to fend off deadly trolls.
That title has such
and
stylized
rival
text
clans.
again
The
that was
Wartime
really
demo
weird to
is
read.
live right now on Steam. Let's see what the game is all about.
Ever since the fall, dwarven clans live scattered across Agartha. They toil every day in the dark and dirt. They try to protect what little they have.
This
from
one looks more
rival
old
clans
school.
and the vile creatures that roam these lands. Your clan needs you now, chieftains, to lead your people.
Jeez, look at that dude.
Choose your classes.
That is a
guide
big old
your
unit there.
builders and miners to expand your kingdom. Or take up arms with your warriors to protect our town halls and conquer your enemies.
Some overgrown underground. Damn, man. Yeah, they got this big monster thing.
Dwarfheim.
I don't know. I'm just not too into the RTS thing all that much.
Thanks, Sean. And now let's take a look at the lineup of games and game updates coming from indie publisher New Blood Interactive.
Oh, I know that name, New Blood Interactive. I'm not sure what they do, but I probably own at least something from them. New Blood. New Blood. Oh, what the hell? Oh, what is that game where you shoot planets? I've played this. Yeah, this game was cool. Oh, okay, Dusk, yep. Oh, do we get more Dusk content? That would be sweet if we get more Dusk content. I'm all about that. Oh, a Medieval. Oh, yeah. That was a fun game, too. A Medieval. Now we're speaking my language. Massive action game. I played the demo of this and was absolute garbage at it, but it was an early access. I don't know if like the full release. Oh man, wow, space something. Okay, New Blood, they're making games I want to play, because I don't even know what this is, but I want to play it. I'm going to have to go back and look at... Jesus, yeah. Shit, I gotta really look up New Blood, because I think there's a couple here that I'm missing. Yeah, this one looks like that trippy one that I saw. A medieval something, space something. God damn, man. Yeah, there's like 5 titles, all of them which I want to play. Okay, note to self. New Blood. I gotta look them up on Steam because I gotta figure out which ones I'm missing. And see what updates there are to Dusk and a Medieval.
From New Blood.
Hell
with
yeah.
Us now is the New Blood CEO, Dave Oshry, to talk about it. Dave,
excellent.
What the hell was that all about?
Yeah, so we got a lot going on, right? I mean, some guys come out here, they show like some cinematic trailer and then tell you it's coming out in a year. We got 6 games and you can play all of them
right now.
We couldn't afford to do a cinematic trailer if we wanted to, right? So yeah, Dusk, now with mods, check them out at duskmods.com. There's all kinds of crazy a Medieval, now with RTX, DLSS 2.0 is coming, maximum action, new levels are coming, new features, new guns. Unfortunate Spaceman is now completely free to play. Why not? Check that one out. 16-player co-op. It's crazy. It's like The Thing in space. Faith, of course. If you don't know about Faith.
Now you know.
Ultra Kill, our new retro shooter with style. If you like games like
I think I did buy that one.
Quake. That's what that's about.
Ultra
and then,
Kill.
Of course, Gloomwood. If you like games like Thief, System Shock, Resident Evil, then I think Gloomwood is definitely the game for you.
Where can we go to learn more?
So you could check out Dusk at notfortnite.com, a Medieval at I can't believe it's not Hexen.com.
I can't believe it's not Hexen. That's great.
Unfortunate Spaceman at Deaderspace.com.
Unfortunate Spaceman. I have not seen that one.
At GaryLovesYou.com. Ultra Kill at DevilMayQuake.com, and then of course Gloomwood.
A Medieval with RTX. I thought something looked different about that. Son of a bitch.
That's all we got. 6 games.
I want an RTX card. I want an RTX machine.
And we hate money.
Thanks.
Please.
Let's see what
man.
Frankie has for us next.
That RTX 3800 better come out pretty soon because I want to play some shit.
Gamers, have you ever wanted to rewrite history? Not your browser history, that's easy and absolutely vital, but how about something grander, like discovering America, mastering flight, or inventing the computer a couple of hundred years earlier? Humankind is an upcoming historical strategy game where you'll be combining up to 60 different cultures to create a civilization that's as unique as you are. And as with all of their previous titles,
probably another hard to read UI. Strategy games just do not bode well for low vision.
The best game that it can be. Let's see how they're inviting PC gamers to help build this worldly game.
I want to go look up that Unfortunate Spaceman. That sounds... I guarantee I have not played that. And what did he describe it as? Like cooperative, like aliens sort of a thing? And I'm all about that. Oh, this is, if there's any piece of music that's overused, this has got to be it. Dum 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 dum. Oh, just, it's so overused. It's just cliche at this point. I mean, it's an interesting take on it, but the 70s remix of that theme. Alrighty. It's like 70s chips. Like a weird 70s sitcom thing going on or something here. Huh. Yeah. Not super my thing, but 2021.
Well, you heard the trailer. You need to go to opendev.gamestogether.com so you can be one of the very first humans to get your hands on Humankind, Amplitude Studios' upcoming historical strategy game. And now for something a little different, why don't you join me in my chambers? Come on.
This whole...
Of all the subcultures and communities that make up PC gaming, modders have arguably had the biggest impact. My next guest is Dean Hall, a designer who started out as a modder and eventually helped lay the foundation for two of the most popular genres on PC, survival and battle royale. Let's take a look at the next game from Rocketworks revealed here on the PC Gaming Show. It's Icarus.
Oh, okay, is this the guy that they're teasing the next game from the DayZ guy or whatever? I forget what company, the name of the company is that made that. That game just seemed really ridiculous, like super realistic and like based on Arma, which was just insane. But this looks okay. Oh wow. Yeah, them's just some graphics. Chopping down some trees. Wee thud. Okay, we're gonna build some wooden walls, some crafting stuff. It's kind of like Rust. I grabbed it because I was gonna start playing it, and I never got around to it, and then I just kind of bypassed. Like, it sounded interesting, or like 7 Days to Die. I mean, there's so many of these crafting survival games at this point. It's just, it's ridiculous. And you got to really put on a lot of time to them, and I just haven't. Icarus. I don't know. Might be neat, but...
Joining me to talk about Icarus is Dean Hall. Dean, thanks so much for joining us.
Awesome. It's great to be here.
So, Dean, you're making
I'll get hooked on one of those
survival
types of games
focused
eventually.
game. What
I'm sure I'll
makes
find one
Icarus
that'll get
different from
sucked
other
into
survival
at some
titles?
point.
Well, I think if you think about your first hour in DayZ, your first hour in Minecraft, really what we're trying to do is capture that and then basically build a game where you can do that over a long period of time and you can progress through the survival experience. So it was really getting back to the roots of what a survival game is and what makes those moments that you get in them really intense and emotional.
If you can just walk me through like the basic loop. If I just open up the game, do I start out on the ship itself?
If you think about the orbital station as your apartment in GTA, you can invite your friends in and prepare for what we call a drop. And then you select a prospect. And the big challenge of the game, and the way to fail it, I guess, is to run out of time on the drop.
Let's say I'm on a 30-minute mission. I have a particular resource I've set out to snatch up. How does the gameplay of that 30-minute period differ from other survival games?
I suppose there were three key things that I felt needed to be addressed before I made another survival game. The first was the ability to scale. By breaking your experience over months and years into sessions, that allowed us to address scale. So you still can do all the things that you do in a normal survival game, building bridges, roads, all those kinds of things. But you're doing it with a medium-term focus. The second was pacing and clear direction, which is helped very much by the structure that we're putting around the session. And the last one is really focusing in on those core survival mechanics, which I really feel is the whole reason that survival as a genre connects so emotionally with players.
I guess I was a little surprised to hear that there are 20-minute drops as well as multi-day drops. What are the sort of time ranges we're looking at? Are there different like categories and tiers of drop length?
Yeah, so it really depends on your level as you progress through the game. So early on, we're really just introducing you to more safe environments. So say a
probably
daytime
shorter
drop
drops,
that only lasts 20 minutes. You're only going to be facing the game during the day. As you progress on, you can take on and get access to prospects that have much longer drop windows, but that means you're getting a cycle of day-night. And night, particularly for most of our biomes, is definitely the most dangerous.
I want to ask a little bit about what failure means in Icarus. I mean, in the trailer there was someone that fell down and you just ominously talked about the dangers of being left behind on the planet. What happens if you don't make it back to the ship in time, die on the planet? What happens?
If you think about DayZ, when you get shot, it's a very binary event that happens and there's nothing you can do, it's just over. And there's a certain charm to that.
Everything's gone.
Yeah, there's a certain charm to that. But I think if we
look
look
at charm, I like your use of the word charm there. For
Yeah,
sure.
that's heavily air quotes in my opinion.
I think With Icarus,
if by
we've
charm you
chosen
mean pain in the
one
ass.
failure state. If you run out of time on your drop, that character and all its equipment is gone.
Yeah.
So we wanted to make that terrifying, and that's why our tagline is, there are worse fates than death.
Yeah.
So it's getting left behind. If you miss your rendezvous window with the orbital station, then that's it. Everything that you've deployed on there, your character and all that progression of that character and all that equipment is just gone. And that's our one failure state. If you run out of oxygen, someone can come and revive you. If you get attacked by this particular animal and damaged, someone can heal you. But if you run out of time, it's over.
I'm curious, I mean, there's so many elements. There's so much ambition. I know there's a lot of PC gamers that maybe feel like you abandoned DayZ, other projects. What do you have to reassure those people that you're committed to Icarus?
Yeah, I've heard
Well,
that
I think
before.
A big thing for me is you know, Bohemia was an existing company, and I definitely felt like I was pulling them in a direction that was hard for them to go, and they probably felt like they were pulling me in a direction that I didn't want to go. And it's really been a bit of a struggle for me to develop and not only the studio, but myself as well. There was a whole bunch of things I had to learn. I had to learn many of those things through failure. The solution there was to make sure it wasn't just a Dean Hall game, but it was a game built by incredibly skilled people. And we managed to assemble, I think, definitely one of the best teams I've ever worked with, an exceptional concept team through to a technical and production team as well.
Well, I know there's a ton of people that are interested in my very next question, my favorite question. When can people get the opportunity to play Icarus?
That is a good question. So we're looking at sometime next year. Our development is very advanced at this point. Our biggest question really is content. So, you know, we're making the game free to play because we wanted to maximize the number of people that play it.
Okay.
And we're acutely aware a number of our former staff are ex-Grinding Gear Games who made Path of Exile, very talented in the free-to-play area. So we're very cognizant of how much content we need to provide gamers. So at the moment, we're really sort of heading into that.
Well, Dean, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us.
Awesome.
We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Once again, that was Dean Hall from Rocket Works for the upcoming survival game Icarus. For our next game,
I don't know. It sounds intriguing, but boy, it sounds like, again, one of those games you really got to invest some hardcore time into it.
Of style. What? Evil Cat Psychics are so 2019. Evil Genius 2 asks players the question, how would you design a supervillain fortress? Would you build a pool filled with laser sharks, or would you just give all the home appliances RGB lighting? Here's the world-exclusive first gameplay footage of Evil Genius 2.
I love the idea of this. It's kind of like a dungeon keeper, but like more, you know, more modern. You kind of like this high-tech villain, you know, instead of being in a fantasy setting. I love the idea, but I just don't know if this would be really that playable, because I remember watching footage of the original. And again, there's just so much UI to go through. I love the idea of these games, but I mean, look at this. You're zoomed out pretty far. And I'm curious to see how zoomed in you can get. Yeah, there's so much there. I don't, boy. I like the look of it. I mean, I would actually like to see some of the UI. Really got a neat look to it. I mean, the first one had kind of a cartoony style as well. Kind of going through the step 1 through 4 so far of kind of becoming an evil genius. Got to have your secret lair. And going out to defend and attack other, attack other people, but defend your fortress against would-be heroes trying to take you down. So yeah, I mean, I love the idea. I love the concept of this. I just don't know how playable it'll be. Like, it's something I'll have to look at. Redacted. Step 7, world domination. Ooh, I like that. Yeah, boy, I don't know. Love the idea, just gotta figure out.
We are about to see the first official gameplay footage for Godfall on PC. Counterplay Games is going to give us a guided tour of the battle for Aperion. And keen observers will notice that this is running in Unreal Engine 5. That's why those shiny sets of armor look oh so gorgeous.
They had that on the PlayStation event the other day, didn't they? Godfall? That sounds so familiar.
Before it releases this holiday season. But for now, let's take a look.
Yeah, this was that third-person game that I was kind of commenting on in the Sony stream, I think, where it was... Yeah, okay, yep.
Hello, my name is Keith Lee, and I am the game director for Godfall. On behalf of Counterplay Games, we are very excited to share gameplay
that does
with you
look
today
really freaking good.
and to offer you a glimpse into the mystical world of Godfall. Please enjoy.
Everything is so shiny.
Godfall is still in development, so some things will change
just so crisp.
and improve in the final product, including visuals and performance. Godfall is set in a brand new high fantasy universe filled with heroic knights, arcane magic, and forbidden realms. The world is split up into the elemental realms of earth, water, air, and fire. You play a Valorian knight, a godlike warrior able to
And it looks all actiony.
Legendary armor sets
Hack and
that transform
slashy.
you into unstoppable masters of melee combat.
Hell yeah,
As
bring
you
it.
adventure through the realms, you'll get to tear through enemies to challenge a mad god who awaits you at the top.
This looks really
Throughout
freaking
your
cool.
journey, you'll find ancient valor plates lost in time, each with their own characteristics and long history. Now let's talk about gameplay in Godfall. First, our team wanted to do something different. We wanted to combine action RPG loot progression with third-person melee combat to create what we think is a whole new genre, the looter slasher.
Oh.
Our game is therefore one part gear-driven and one part player skill-driven. In other words, not only do we want you to find exquisite weapons with powerful loot traits, but we also want you to have that feeling of accomplishment for mastering the wide set of combat mechanics available to you.
This is kind of speaking my language here. This could be...
What you're looking at now is a mid-boss fight. A tougher challenge, which we'll have to leave for another day.
I could really see getting into
Please
this.
check out the Godfall channels on Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube.
Yeah, that I will not be able to play that on this machine.
And we'll be showing you more soon.
It will make my current system cry and burst into
When
flame.
PC gamers think of iconic first-person shooters, they think of games like Doom, Quake, and Duke Nukem.
First-person
Our next trailer shows a project that celebrates the proud heritage of sci-fi FPSs while taking advantage of some very modern visual effects, like glorious enemy dismemberment. From Bounding Box Software and Humble Publishing, this is Proteus.
Proteus, you say? Proteus, you say? Looks like the video is lagging behind a bit. Proteus. This is confusing because there's like another, like that VR thing that was Proteus. And then there was that weird island cell-shaded thing where you were just walking around this weird island. I forget what that was called, but I did a video on it several years ago. Yeah, this looks metal as hell, too. I'm in. God, yeah, everything is just so, like, shiny. Like, the yellows and reds and blues are just so vivid. Proteus. When do we get to play it? Wishlist now. I will want to play it. Okay, now we go to some kind of isometric game. I'm not sure what this is, but digging the music though. Looks to be some kind of strategy RPG-ish thingy. I don't know. I'm not sure if it'll be really my cup of tea, but I'm digging the music and the art style is pretty cool. Yeah, there's just this unique look. I don't know how to describe these RTX games. Like, you can just tell the ray tracing. There's just something with
I love the look of that last one. Fate Tactics is set to scratch that isometric combat itch that I know a lot of us have been feeling ever since we played Final Fantasy Tactics back in the 90s.
Yeah, and I'm not into those games.
We're not done with humble games yet. Their lineup, as it turns out, isn't all that humble. We're going to take a look at 2 more games from them. Project Wingman, a jet fighter game featuring RPG elements and VR support. And rounding things out is Carto from Sunhead Games, a gorgeous top-down puzzler. Let's take a look.
Wow, this has only been... We're not even done with 1 hour yet. They said this is over 2 hours, so we got a lot more games yet. And we still have that future game event, too. Huh, okay, so it's like you're kind of overhead, you're making some kind of a world and rotating the... I'm not quite sure to what end, but like you're rotating the pieces to make roads and stuff. Okay, some kind of flying game. God, I gotta look up all these first-person shooters, like 3 or 4 of them. New Blood, and then there's a couple of those from before. And that last one. What the hell was that last one called again?
You ever wondered what Gordon Freeman's voicemail
Proteus.
message sounds like?
Sean, that is an intriguing inquiry. However, something is wrong. I'm receiving an external transmission.
Why does this keep happening, DevBot? What's with the security? Have you upgraded to Service Pack 2 yet?
The transmission is coming.
I don't care about your dumb... Okay, we added Proteus to our wish list.
Greetings, PC Gaming Show. It is I.
It's all nonsense, this part anyway, so, like, it's not game footage or anything.
Commandeering this broadcast to deliver an important mission.
Oh, is that Kane guy?
Capture the GDI base marked at these
From
coordinates.
Command and Conquer?
Significant for... I'm just kidding. Just kidding. It's me, Joe Coogan. And I can take over this broadcast because I do what I want. Look, you know Command and Conquer has been a major part of your life. It's certainly been a big part of mine.
They just came out with a remaster of the original.
Recently launched for PC, and it is an awesome way to relive this.
I do kind of want to play that because it...
With a bunch of new bells and whistles. I mean, who doesn't like 4K graphics, quick matches, and
I watched
modding,
Jeff from Giant Bomb play this, and he said it's really one of the simplest real-time strategy games where it's not super complicated, so it's something that it's more approachable.
I hope you guys enjoy the rest of the show.
It's more approachable, and so it's something that I might actually look into because...
Tell me, PC gamers, do you have any rare action figures? Perhaps
the earliest game
one
I
of the
wouldn't
lucky
mind.
owners of an out-of-print collectible, something you'd never trade away in a million years. Our next game is a celebration of toys and art. On its surface, a game about collecting, customizing, and trading, but it's also a highly social playground for creativity. One where you can make your own levels and gather with your friends to hang out, play mini games, and create together. This is Blanco's Block Party.
Huh. Blanco's Block Party.
Legend tells of a place where everyone comes together to play and dance and race and shoot and jump and fly with jetpacks or maybe bat wings. And there's lava and a mountain made of junk food. Where you can create your own worlds and have your own adventures where you are in charge. Where you can make your very own games with your very own rules. And all your friends can come and play. Like this one here. Yep, them too. And I don't know what that dude is, but he is cool.
Okay, I think they were showing this and I didn't get the title. Yeah, this was on the PS5 event, I think. Some of this looks familiar. And that announcer does. I don't know. It looks intriguing. I would give it a try.
The inside look at Blanco's block party is Jamie Jackson from Mythical. Jamie, thanks so much for joining us today.
Hey, man. Thanks for having me.
I would love if you could just address what is Blancos.
Blancos it's a game about vinyl toys kind of coming to life and where they go when a human leaves the room. But it's also more than just a game. It's a place for content creators and gamers and collectors to come together and hang out and build the worlds and games that they really want to play. And you can have as many as your friends come and hang out with you as you want. But you could also drop the toys in. So the first toy you can play with is one called it's a shooting mechanic. We got like a unicorn rocket launcher that fires ice creams. We got like a cactus grenade launcher that fires these little cactus balls. So it's all about kind of like arcade fun shooter stuff. And you can set that up as a team shooter. You could have squads. You can do a bunch of stuff with it. You can even just have it free for all. Some other stuff we're going to be dropping is race toys. So you could just do point to point. You could build this super sweet like platformer and just go A to B. You could do laps. And then another one is, because Blancos, they all survive on good vibes. That's kind of what powers them. So another one you could do is actually just a vibe collection. And what's kind of super cool is all of those toys work with each other. So you could build a race and then you could drop some guns in it and it can be a race, but you can pick up guns on the way and try and knock each other out.
So you have these huge flexible tools.
I was thinking like a triathlon or something where you do different types of things.
Fortnite, these in-game events.
Maybe.
Are these kinds of things that you think will show up in Blancos as well?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we felt that from the beginning of development, that Blancos wasn't just this place for players.
Yeah, the video just seems like the video was delayed from the audio by about a second or two.
Content, whether that's a music concert, whether it's a movie trailer, you know, whether it's something no one's seen yet. But absolutely, that we're definitely thinking about that kind of stuff.
Well, talk to me about the number of different designs. Like, where are these designs coming from? How many are there?
We're not talking about numbers in season one just yet, but we are talking about the artists. So we're really stoked we've been able to work with some of my favorites that I've been buying the vinyl toys of over the years. So John Paul Kaiser is a great artist from the UK. I ended up buying some of his.
If I lived in a bigger place, I probably would collect a few more little
bring his toys to life in the game.
toys.
James Groman, who I think just kind of really epitomizes vinyl toy design.
I really dislike Funko Pop, though.
One of my personal
I don't like that style.
Is Pete Fowler, who for me was kind of one of the grandfathers of vinyl toy design.
I know people are going to want more information. They're going to want to know when they can play Blancos, when they can see more. Where do they go for that?
If you want to keep just up to date with things, go and check out blancos.com. You can register there right now, so you can, you know, secure your account name and get ready for launch. We're going to be launching end of the year, so not too far away now, but we're also going to be starting to look for our beta at some point soon as well. So if you get registered, we might be able to get you in that.
Jamie from Mythical, thank you so much for joining
I don't know.
us.
I mean, I don't know if it's something that I'll get really into, but it'd be something I might be
Let's take a look at what's coming up
might
next
like
to
to
this year's
explore a
PC
little
Gaming
bit.
Show.
You're watching the PC Gaming Show, presented by PC Gamer. Stay tuned for more trailers, announcements, and footage. Coming up later, we celebrate the 20th anniversary of A Total War. What's next in Escape from Tarkov? The reveal of horror strategy game.
Okay, Escape from Tarkov.
And more. Back to you, Frank.
I gotta write that down
PC is the
because
birthplace of space flight action games, and our next project, Everspace 2, expands on that tradition with its gorgeous handcrafted
probably KOV, I would guess.
The focus here is on exploration
Theory of a
and
Blind
dogfighting,
Man has mentioned that
with alien
game
species standing in the way of
several
outfitting your ship
times,
with
and I need
unique
to figure
modules,
out what it
weapons, and
is.
devices. And as we're about to see in this next trailer, combat won't just take place in the cold vacuum of space, but also the atmospheres of planets themselves. Here's Everspace 2.
I've never played the first one. I don't quite know exactly what type of game this is, if it's... I've heard of Everspace. I know I've never played it. Escape from Tarkov. That game, I really do gotta look that up on YouTube because I gotta know exactly what the heck that is. See if it's something I might want to look at on the old channel. Yeah, it looks to be some kind of... I don't don't know what you would call this, or what kind of... Because it looks really just like cinematic-y stuff for the most part. I can't really quite tell what you're doing moment to moment for gameplay here, but I don't know if this would be something necessarily... Excuse me, hiccups. I don't know if this would be something necessarily up my alley, but... I mean, this might be gameplay. Like, there might be this, like, third-person spacey stuff. Like, I don't know. I'm not familiar enough with the... Okay, this has got to be gameplay, I think. Because that looks like third-person, just, like, dogfighting, shooting kind of a thing. Yeah, it looks neat, but probably not really my thing. Okay, we're diving into something else, weird and cartoony, or what is this? What? What is... Huh? I have no idea what's going on in this trailer. I can't even begin to describe what I'm seeing right now. What?
PC gamers, I'm sure you'll agree.
How do you say that? Oh, weird. I don't know how to say that.
And you don't remember ordering a horse.
Looks really weird, though.
Probably best to keep the door shut. One of the coolest things about a Total War Saga Troy, the next game from Creative Assembly, is that it will enable players to experience multiple different versions of how the iconic battle went down, including several explanations for what that mythical horse actually was. I'll get
More
the door
stupidity.
while you watch the latest trailer.
I remember that movie being really good, Troy.
Oh, silver-tongued Odysseus.
It's probably, what, 15, 20 years old now? It was a good movie.
That is war.
In Total War Saga Troy, you can rewrite the events of one of the greatest conflicts ever told, the Trojan War. As Odysseus besieged the legendary city of Troy in 3 ingenious and equally devastating ways, all based around prominent theories from throughout the ages as to what the iconic Trojan horse really resembled.
The walls of this city may appear to be mighty, but no defenses are impregnable.
Using gargantuan siege towers, take the fight to the walls. Slaughter the Trojans atop and force them.
It'd be neat to watch somebody play through this well, but it's not something that I would play because there's just too much going on, too many little things to see. It looks good though. I mean, it looks really good. I think they've actually used these Total War games in classes
Position your troops to retain your advantage once the
to teach historical things. I've heard them doing that before, these like Rome Total War and that kind of
in
thing.
a vast, horse-headed vessel fit for the gods. Under the cloak of darkness, use guerrilla tactics to sabotage the unbreachable city gates, leaving the Trojan warriors defenseless, allowing the Achaean soldiers to begin razing the city to the ground.
That does look really cool
Their
though.
walls have been breached.
Even the greatest defenses cannot stand against nature's might. In a land ravaged by earthquakes, patience is rewarded. Send your troops forward. Troy is yours for the taking.
Ooh, walls crumbling. I'm just thinking of that South Park episode, The Shitty Wall.
A war that will define the ages.
I watched that a couple
Experience
weeks
the
ago.
Legend of Troy this summer.
Victory will make you immortal.
That was a Total War Saga Troy, which
Looks
will get to play
neat.
in 2021.
It looks really
And
cool,
hey,
but probably
speaking
not
of
something I'm
sneaking
gonna
in
play.
Big surprises, a master of segue. This year, we've teamed up with Intel to build a legendary custom computer inspired by art, weaponry, and the artifacts found in the game. DevBot, I understand you know your way around a computer, right?
Affirmative. Sean, I have a soft spot for Bronze Age computers.
Well, great. Why don't you tell our audience a little bit more?
Can do, Sean. Behold, PC gamers. This build is centered around Intel's CPU, the 10th gen Intel Core i9-10900K processor. This 10-core flagship CPU is built for maximum gaming performance.
Yeah, but what GPU is in it?
Especially useful in epic strategy games like a Total War Saga Troy. The build also features a top-of-the-line GeForce RTX 2080 Ti. Also on the ASUS
but there's going to be a 3 series soon.
GB of fast storage and 128 gigabytes of DDR4.
God damn. How many terabyte storage though? I missed that.
Certified Corsair 1200 watt power supply, and temperatures are kept at a nominal level thanks to
Wow, that computer looks sick.
running alongside liquid cooling.
That looks weird, man.
Is not only effective at heat conduction, but
Holy
according
Christ.
to my readings, aesthetically pleasing. Is this what you humans call love?
PCs are more than specs. They're a passion. When we build a PC,
God, that thing looks
we form
gnarly.
a relationship with that piece of hardware.
Bet you that
We
thing
wanted to
costs
show you
$5,000.
Every step of that process. For this build, we enlisted a master craftsman, Brian Carter, a PC modder with over a decade and a half of experience. PC Gamer and Intel have created a 4-part series following Brian as he created this epic artifact. DevBot, cue it up.
Hey, my name is Brian Carter, and I've been building custom PC mods for over 16 years.
Yeah, there's definitely
I'm
some
working
lag.
with Intel and a Total War Saga Troy on a very special custom PC project that we're thrilled to debut at the PC Gaming Show. Join me in a 4-part video series as I take you through each stage of the scratch build process. We
Thing
begin
looks
with the inspiration and
ridiculous.
design phase, where we figure out how to take the amazing design assets from a Total War Saga Troy and functionalize them to house our best-in-class components, like the 10th gen Intel Core i9-10900K processor. Then I'll show you how I assemble, finish, and test this one-of-a-kind PC. A big thank you to Intel and Creative Assembly for letting me work on this incredibly fun and challenging project. I hope you like it.
Oh, it looks so good. And I have some good news. Episode 1 is available now, and I have even better news. You can win this PC from DevBot's loving clutches. Head on over to PCGamer.com/IntelPC to learn more and enter for a chance to win. And with that, it's time to return to more PC Gaming Show action with the fantastic Frankie.
Yeah, looks like we got, okay, we still got about
Remnant from the Ashes challenged gamers
probably close
take
to
on
another hour
monstrous
yet.
creatures in a post-apocalyptic world. Today we're
It's on my
excited
wish
to announce
list.
the biggest update yet for the
Haven't
game.
bought it yet, but I'm
Upcoming
intrigued.
DLC that will conclude this thrilling saga.
Remnant from the
fate
Ashes.
Of humankind
I've heard it's
is
rather
at
fun.
stake.
Kind of a
It's time to
cooperative
put an
shooter.
end to the root once and for all.
So I'll just wait till the
World
inevitable.
reveal of Remnant from the Ashes, subject 2923.
I'll wait for the
Available
inevitable
August
get
20th
everything
on
version.
PC, Xbox One, and PS4.
Yep. I think it came out like last summer, maybe? It's been, I think it's about a year old, so.
They say hope is what makes us human. Hope also let us think we've won. But the root have another gate somewhere. Another hole we have to plug in our
I will give this a shot eventually.
Maybe the root's not the only thing we need to worry about.
Some weird designs in there, weird enemies. Yeah, it's like a third-person action cooperative shooter thing. I've heard decent things about it. Pretty sure it is on my Steam wish list.
The new Remnant from the Ashes content looks fantastic. And you know what else is fantastic? Hearing the opinions of strangers from the internet. Nothing makes my day as much as hearing what's inside your mind. So please use hashtag PC Gaming Show on whatever your platform of preference may be, and you just might have your comment show up live on the show. Now for our next title, we have to look at classic remasters. Capcom has been updating the original Resident Evil games, and in the same vein, 2K is now updating Mafia. The original Mafia trilogy is getting a full definitive edition remaster, with the original game, the 2002 Mafia, getting a full ground-up remake with 4K support. we got a brand
That I'm intrigued about because I played the first one a little bit, but it was really kind of clunky.
3 years.
It was really clunky, and the gameplay just wasn't really that
Right out of the gate.
great.
That's what the paper says, ain't it? And what's it to you? Pace must be getting pretty cold by now. Or you got something might warm it up. Yeah, I might.
That looks really good. I hope they add some modern, like, visual waypoint, especially in-world waypoint systems to this. And the other complaint people had is that there's an open world, but there was nothing to do in it. So,
Thomas Angelo, sir.
and it was a third-person game. You could walk around, shoot dudes, drive. I do want to. I am genuinely interested in this. Pre-order now. Yeah.
Man, DevBot, after a beautiful trailer like that, I gotta know, do you have any contacts in the Mafia?
Sean, I have left that life behind me. I'm programmed not to form relationships with organized crime. However, I can call one of the developers of Mafia Definitive Edition.
Well, fantastic. Let's ring him up, DevBot. Joining me to talk about Mafia is the president and CCO of Hangar 13. It is Hayden Blackman. Hayden, thanks so much for joining us today.
Thanks for having me.
So for people who haven't played the original Mafia, which is a 2002 release, talk to us about this game.
Mafia, the Definitive Edition, is a complete ground-up remake of Mafia from 2002, which is a seminal game that really launched the Mafia franchise. And in Mafia, you take on the role of Tommy Angelo, who is a cab driver that falls in with the mob during the 1930s, actually during the height of Prohibition, in a city called Lost Heaven, which is loosely based on Chicago. And as a member of the Salieri crime family,
Yeah, I'm curious what they do with the engine or what they do with the gameplay tweaks.
Explore that story and Tommy's evolution from cab driver to respected member of the Mafia.
I feel like in the last 10 years, we've seen HD editions, remasters that are more graphical updates, but my understanding is that this is far more than just a new coat of paint on a game from 2002. Talk to me about what a remake means.
Everything was rebuilt, so every asset, every cinematic was reshot, and all the gameplay was completely redone. Now,
wow,
we've
those
kept
are some
all the
old
same
school
big beats
vehicles,
from
man.
The original game, the story is the same for the most part. All the big plot points are there. All the missions are there and represented. But again, everything was completely rebuilt from the ground up in order to kind of meet the expectations of today's gamers and take advantage of today's technology.
The location in pretty much every open world game is a central character. In 2002, we have seen a ton of gameplay changes between then and now, 2020. Can you talk a little bit about some of the ways you've updated the open world setting and maybe some of the new mechanics?
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm curious.
So we do that a number of different ways. You know, one, we looked at how populated can we make it, and we took some of the kind of world interactions and some of the things that we did with, crowds and non-player characters and other kind of city life from Mafia 3 and put them into Mafia, the Definitive Edition. But we also looked at, are there ways for us to kind of redesign the city so it's more fun to drive around? You know, do we need to widen the streets? Do we need to make sure that there's not as many 90-degree turns so that you can kind of coast around corners? And as we capture the feel of the vehicle,
in-game navigation
want to do to make
somehow
sure the roads have grip or they're slick in the rain. And so that I think brought a lot of life to it as well, because most of the way that you engage with the city is through driving.
I mean, speaking of rebuilding things from the ground up, I gotta ask you about the cinematics. I mean, they looked gorgeous in the trailer.
Yeah, they did.
And, I mean, what was the process of rebuilding all of those cinematics?
For us, it was really, how do we recreate these? Again, taking advantage of some of the cutting edge.
I'm tempted to reload the page.
So, we have, really
because
great,
it's so far. Like the longer I watch, it seems like it's getting further behind.
So we really wanted to take advantage of that. For
maybe during the next round of stupidity,
edition.
we'll
So we did go in and we rewrote all the
quickly reload and refresh the page.
Add some of that language and add some of that character development and maybe some of that clarity that we were going for without losing the essence of each moment.
Well, now it's time for my favorite question.
Yeah.
when can we play Mafia Definitive Edition, and where can people go right now to learn more?
Sure. So we are looking at an August 28th launch date, and
nice.
we still, have a ways to go, and we're working on that kind of final polish push right now. But I'm really confident, really bullish in that date right now. If you want more information, you can go to mafiagame.com.
After seeing the trailer, I personally am hyped. Hayden, thank you so much for joining us.
That I might really look into playing, because that, yeah. That I would like to check into.
It's time to head on over to Frankie.
Sean, next up, it's one of those games that looks so pretty, we just had to show it to you. Ever wondered what Slay the Spire might be like with Tim Burton at the helm? Well, Road Lords could be the answer.
Road Lords. Okay, I'm going to refresh really quick because I want to see if I can get this in sync better.
It's been jointly developed by Cyanide and Leica Studio and sees you building a team from storybook psychos like Dracula, Bloody Mary, and Baron Samedi. Makes all the more sense when you realize you're being employed by the devil himself, a job that has my name written all over it. The game is out this October, and we've got a brand new gameplay trailer.
So Slay the Spire.
Welcome to this exclusive gameplay reveal of our new title, Rogue Lords.
Yeah, I think we're still behind. I think it's just it's on their end.
In-game elements and combat mechanics for the very first time. Rogue Lords is a rogue-like game where you play as the devil. You have to build your team with legends of evil and lead them in runs through multiple events and fights. After a terrible defeat years ago, you're finally coming back with your most faithful disciples to wreak havoc and terror in a world
yeah, it's definitely like a turn-based sort of.
The combat is turn-based and strategic. You will need to build your set of skills through your run to be prepared for any threat, analyze your enemy's next attacks, and create combos to secure victory. Every skill.
I always found this to be so ridiculous. Like I said, and this is a perfect showcase.
Best of them each turn.
They run and they do a little bitch slap and then they run away. It just looks so ridiculous to me.
During the entire run, if your health is reduced to 0,
and then they run away.
Your run is finished. In Rogue Lords, you are the devil, so you don't have to play by the same rules as mortals. When the situation becomes tricky, you can use souls to play with the interface and change an enemy health bar, for example. This is an expensive trick to use, but very powerful and useful in the most difficult fights. Thank you for watching the video. Stay tuned for more info coming soon.
Kind of reminds me of that other game, not just Slay the Spire, but
If you're a big fan of roguelites, you know they're known for two things: procedurally generated worlds and permadeath. Our next game, Unexplored 2, puts an interesting twist on these ideas.
I can't remember what it's called now.
What if your character's demise changed the game world itself, altering it for all of your future playthroughs? From developer Ludomotion and publisher Big Sugar, this is Unexplored 2: The Wayfarer's Legacy.
I haven't even heard of the first game,
Wayfarer.
Unexplored. I don't know what kind of game these are.
When tasked to take your place in a long line of heroes.
Overhead.
Will you waver? When challenged to forge your legacy.
Damn, that is a
strife,
that is a weird monstrosity that I don't want to fight.
Will you be victorious? This is our world. It is your burden. From beyond the gate into the First Valley, there is no return. Will you be ready?
Strategy stuff is really seeming to make a comeback.
Dauntless is the most ambitious chapter yet for this online free-to-play RPG. In Call of the Void, players unravel a mystery surrounding an ancient civilization, culminating in a showdown with a new otherworldly behemoth. And as a nice little bonus, if you go to playdauntless.com right now and use the code PCGamingShow2020, you can get some free in-game rewards. Nice. Let's take a closer look at this update that's available now in Dauntless. This is Call of the Void.
That's another one that I haven't played. Again, I just don't have time to sink into these RPGs. I gotta be very selective if I'm gonna play some of those. That's where I get into things like the Oblivions and Skyrim or Fallout or Mass Effect. But, you know, those are more real-time, and, you know, I've done the South Park games, but, I don't know. RPGs and strategies are probably my least played genres, and they're doing a lot of those today. So if you're into those, you have a lot to look forward to. You've got a lot to look forward to here today, because there's been I can't even remember them all. There's been so many in both shows so far.
There's still more games to come on the PC Gaming Show.
Okay.
Here's what's around the corner. Take a closer look at Blightbound, the new action RPG from Devolver. A special collection
Devolver
of
makes some
exciting
weird
independent
stuff.
games coming to PC. Back to you, Frankie.
There are many games about being in nature, which is why Among Trees caught my eye. In this first-person survival sandbox, you get to explore a colourful, breathing world that's full to the brim with life.
Okay.
Just don't go wandering around like Snow White. Wild, deadly beasts share this painted world with you, and you'll want to move carefully to avoid their bitey bits.
Nah.
Produced by a 3-person team out of Sweden, this project demonstrates the creative power of independent creators on PC.
I'd be open to something like this. Yeah, first-person kind of survival-y thing. Really artistic. Okay, ooh. Okay, you got a deer. Deer there. Yeah, definitely not realistic graphic. I mean, I like the graphic style. Again, it looks kind of like a painting. Really moody atmosphere too around like that building that you created, or I guess I don't know if you're creating the buildings or if you find buildings, but damn, yeah, this looks... Okay, we're fishing. Looks like we're doing some hunting and fishing and stuff. Okay, well, Among Trees. I don't know, that could be something to look into.
You've drunk your fair share of potions in video games over the years, but you've probably never stopped to consider the business side of these magical elixirs. In Potionomics, you're a witch who must save her potion shop from the clutches of greedy loan sharks, bartering and with a slew of demanding customers.
There was another game where you like did the shopkeeper by day and dungeon looting at night, and I forget what it was called. It came out about a year or two ago, I think. World exclusive. Yeah, it looks like there'll be a lot of text. Oh geez, yeah. Look at all these inventories and UI stuff. Yeah. Yeah, probably not gonna be my realm. Again, I just kind of know if I'll have the patience to. It's got to really grab my attention if it's gonna be, if I'm gonna sift through a lot of UI like this. I mean, like I said, again, if you're into simulation, strategy, real-time, or turn-based, some RPGs, I mean, there's a lot of content here for you.
We spend a lot of time in video games fixated on finding the best, the most powerful gear. But in our next game, Mortal Shell, things are a little different. You aren't scouring a dungeon looking for a +1 sword. You're exploring a shattered world for the remains of defeated warriors that you then possess like a ghost. These are the Mortal Shells, and they're much more than mere pieces of armor and stats.
Okay.
Each one has a complicated backstory, a playstyle, and an identity that might give you mixed feelings about the body you're occupying. Coming later this year exclusively to the Epic Games Store on PC, let's take a look at this gorgeous and brutal action game, Mortal Shell.
Okay, I'm intrigued about the concept of this. This could be neat.
Scratch sigils on the walls.
counted the days until...
Remember Geist for the GameCube, anybody?
A million eyes peering across time and space, yearning for a glimpse of the unknown.
Or Messiah?
PC gaming show.
There's an early PC hidden gem.
The consecrated fires revealed cinders and shadows.
I want to see what the gameplay is like.
But beneath it all, no monsters.
So it's
no
action
gods,
RPG.
only oblivion.
Show me the gameplay. I want to know what... Is it isometric? Is it top-down? Third person? Oh, okay, okay. Here we go. Here's some game. Oh, yeah. Okay, you have me intrigued. You have me very intrigued. I wonder if it's going to be as brutal as like a Dark Souls kind of a thing, or if it's more forgiving, but... Okay. Color me intrigued, yeah. Mortal Shell. When do we get to play it? They said later this year. I don't know if they give a date. Coming 2020.
Wait,
okay.
There's more. We've gotten the chance to see some of the core gameplay of Mortal
Oh, what did
Shell,
it say?
but
July
now it's time
3rd?
to talk about bosses. Bosses are a classic staple.
I wonder if there's
of
a
this type
beta.
of
I wonder if
RPG.
that said
And in
beta.
our second piece of Mortal Shell
I didn't get to
footage,
read it
we
quick.
see a boss that isn't just a one-and-done threat. Instead, it's a constant adversary throughout the campaign. The Hattern is a mysterious figure who stalks the player throughout Mortal Shell. As you grow in skill and master new weapons, so will he. The clip we're about to watch shows the player's very first duel with the elusive
I'm just going to write that down because I'm going to add that to my epic wish list because that sounds sort of intriguing. Okay, more gameplay. Yeah, it looks like it's really pretty strategic. I hope it's a lot of like I'm down for like a one-on-one kind of gameplay. Oh, it's just the Dark Souls kind of thing. Like I want to love those games, but I am just so bad at them. I am so bad. I want to be good at these though. Looks good. I may really want to play this. A lot of just dodging around and kind of figuring out their attacks. And yeah, you cannot, this is not a button masher. You can tell already you got to be really on your toes. The other thing that I didn't like about the Dark Souls games as much is I should look if you can change the controls, but like for some reason I don't really like using the bumpers and stuff for attacking. You know, I almost think that face buttons would be better. They kind of would do the triggers and bumpers for your attack and blocking. And I don't know, just like you, especially the triggers aren't so bad, but the bumpers just feel awkward to use regularly. They're just, to me, that style just doesn't seem quite as comfortable on the hands.
Typically on the PC Gaming Show, we don't spend too much time talking about the Nintendo 64. But the beauty of PC gaming is that one way or another, almost all games find their way to us and are often better off for it. After giving Blade Runner and Turok the Remaster treatment, Night Dive Studios is now modernizing Shadow Man, a 1999 cult classic.
I have that.
They're adding in support for 4K and widescreen plus a whole suite of cut content from this dark action classic.
Oh, cool.
Let's take a closer look.
I got the PC version of this when it came out. I have the disc in my closet somewhere. remember the unique thing with this, like it was third person. You could do dual wield. You had these soul things that you could get. I wonder when we can play this. I have it on Steam too, the original. But remaster, yeah, Night Dive, man, you're doing God's work, man. Keep it up, guys. Doing some really crazy games. Shadow Man, wow, yeah. Upgrade some of those blurry ass textures the old N64 had. Oof. I'm sure it'll feel a little bit archaic, you know, in some of its gameplay designs, but I wouldn't mind taking a look at it. I'm sure it'll be like, what, $20-30 probably. These are lower price games, but yeah, I never did beat it. I remember I got to, I think, the playrooms, as I think they were called, this weird... There was some platforming, there was some traps, there was some shooting. It was a weird game. There was this weird, like, snake dude, if I remember correctly, that held this, like, Hell's Gate door or something. This lady, this voodoo lady, like, stabs you in the beginning or something. This game is fucking weird, man. This game was bizarre. Oh god, I sort of remember this stuff looks sort of familiar. Just little aspects of this. Yeah, okay. Shadow Man.
I am on a first name basis.
Remastered
He has been here at the PC Gaming Show 6 years running. From Tripwire Interactive, the president
I gotta look
himself,
that up.
it's John Gibson. Thanks so much for joining us, John.
Sean, it's my pleasure. I'm so excited to be back with you again to talk
See when it's
about
coming out
so
on
much
Steam.
Cool stuff happening at Tripwire.
Yeah, you guys have been doing a lot of stuff, and I just want to kick off by asking, talk to me about Killing Floor 2.
So Killing Floor 2 just
God, the game is
released
still
a
going
Perilous
on.
Plunder Summer Update. It's got 4 new weapons, Blunderbuss, Glock 18, Kaboom
That's
Stick,
so crazy.
Tesla Launcher, new official map called Desolation, Space Pirate themed outfits.
I did a
We're
spotlight
running
for this
seasonal
years
event with
ago.
rewards until July 7th, and right now it's free on Steam for a week, so you can go play it.
I also have to ask about the follow-up to a game that was announced at the PC Gaming Show, Chivalry 2. Talk to me about Chivalry 2.
So we're working with Torn Banner Studios, we're publishing, Torn Banner's developing, and Chivalry 2 is coming along great. It's so fun, and we're excited to announce some big news, cross-play between the PC and the consoles, so you can have your console friends in Chivalry 2.
And last, a game that has been so popular on Twitch. Talk to me about Maneater.
Yeah, so we're so excited to get Maneater out the door.
Maneater,
we showed
yeah.
it to you guys originally in 2018. We had all that fun with Frankie in the shark suit, which I'm kind of missing. The game is doing great. People are loving it. So
I
much
enjoy
fan
it.
love, so many fan videos. We're just really happy to have it out there and people eating lots of humans.
It's such a funny game, too. You know, you've talked a little bit about what games, what has been announced from Tripwire Interactive. What's coming up next for Tripwire?
So I wish we could come forward and announce an all-new game, and that would be great, but I can give you a few hints. So Chivalry 2, you know, is in process. It's going to be coming out in the not-too-distant future, hopefully.
That I'll have to take a look at.
Feedback, and we're looking at things that we can add to the game. So,
I played the...
you haven't seen the last of Maneater.
Oh, good.
And Killing Floor 2, you know, the game came out in 2015. So
wow.
We're really thinking about what's next for the Killing Floor franchise. So stay tuned.
Well, if history is any indicator,
More
John,
Maneater?
I'm sure I'll
All right.
see you at next year's PC Gaming Show with those very updates.
Shoot, I played a lot. I played a lot of Chivalry back in the day. And I did a few videos on it too.
In particular looks very promising. But for a sense of what else there is, let's take a look at this.
I enjoyed Chivalry. God, the video is so laggy. Epic Store. They're giving away free games every week. They were not kidding. I just grabbed 2 more today. Forget which ones I grabbed. Oh, there was a Neo Geo Fighting Collection. I grabbed. I forget what it was called. King of Fighters or something? I forget. Yeah, I grabbed 2 more free games. Oh god, that's right. We get Tony Hawk later this year in September. Yes. God, I want it to be good. Oh, I want it to be good. I want it to be good. Because the last couple have just been terrible. A lot of games. I recognize some of them, not all of them, though. Some of them were announced today, and some of them are already out. But yeah, they're becoming another pretty viable storefront. I mean, I've gotten quite a few. I got a pretty decent library there, too. Yeah, Godfall. I'm curious about that. There's been a few games in this so far that I'm kind of intrigued about. That first-person survival.
Explore unique dungeons, fighting a terrifying cadre of mystical and monstrous enemies, grab valuable loot, and recover fallen heroes to expand your roster of available warriors. Blightbound will battle its way onto Steam Early Access later this year as an ever-expanding game, with new maps, new heroes to add to your roster, and new loot to retrieve through free updates.
Behold, Blightbound, a cooperative dungeon crawler that tasks 3 heroes to venture down from their mountain refuge to face the abominations of the Blight. A mysterious and
I mean, the video is smooth. It's just so far laggy behind the audio.
Each player will choose a hero from one of 3 classes: warrior,
Forge Titan's might!
assassin,
Let me at him.
or mage.
My greatest power awaits.
Battle a terrifying horde of monstrous enemies.
Huh, it's like a beat 'em up, kind of a brawler.
Each class of hero fulfills a specific role on the
At least that's
team
what it looks
to
like.
overcome mounting odds, solve clever puzzles, and synchronize their ultimate abilities to unleash massive damage.
Huh.
Battle through 3 distinct lands, each with several dungeons to conquer, including the eerie Gravemine, the oppressive Underhold, and the precarious Blood Ridge. Steel your nerves and prepare once again to enter the Blight Warrior.
I could see playing this. There's a lot of characters going on, so I hope there's a way to kind of make sure that it's easy to figure out where your character is. I could see my player getting lost.
You at home still thinking about that computer? I know I am. Swoon. Oh, sorry. And now more from the PC Gaming Show.
One thing we cherish about PC gaming is its openness. The PC is a platform where anyone can build stuff, tinker, and express themselves.
Yep.
And that spirit invites creators, streamers, developers, stores, and all kinds of different voices to contribute to PC gaming's vibrancy. We've already featured a lot of exciting independent games here today, but in rapid-fire succession, here are 8 more indie projects that we're excited about.
Well, we got about
Shadows of Doubt is a detective stealth game set in a fully
20
simulated
minutes or so left.
sci-fi noir city.
Okay. Oh, oh wow, that's a unique. Okay, we're doing some sneaking.
In the Forgotten City, you fall into an ancient Roman utopia only to find it full of people, mysteries, and difficult moral choices. Explore an open world locked in time.
Each day I grow more and more afraid that our time in the sun is almost up. Somebody is about to end our lives.
Kind of wondering if I should even do the archive upload of this, just because it's so far.
You already know what will happen.
The video is so far out of sync that.
Find your own truth in Paradise Killer, a first-person open-world murder mystery. Play as investigation freak Lady Love Dies as they explore the world, uncover the facts,
Paradise
and
Killer.
breathe life back into paradise.
See, this show is doing a lot better job
Last night, Paradise was killed.
at telling you the names of these games.
Freak Lady Love Dies, reporting for duty. It's my job to scour the streets of Paradise and hunt for evidence. Any one of these psychopaths could have done it. Breathing life back into Paradise won't be easy. When love dies, all that remains are the facts. Paradise Killer, coming soon.
Haven is an RPG about the journey of two lovers escaped to a lost planet to stay together.
Oh yeah, we saw this one. Oh yeah, this was that one where. Okay. Yeah, this was in that other show. The Guerrilla Collective. Yeah, they're like floating around on these things and.
I killed him.
Whoa, you.
Oh, come on. Dodge this one. Got it. You rock. You like that? That's gotta hurt.
Okay, so it looks like we are voiced. I would be intrigued to play this. I would be intrigued to look at that.
Tycoon is a narrative-driven drug empire simulator where you rule as a succession of fictional drug lords in a world where death and violence are inevitable.
Cartel Tycoon. This could be good. Yeah, wow, the video is so far behind. Okay, so this is like from like the Zoo Tycoon and stuff like that, I think. It's like, except, yeah, we're going a little more crazy this time. Yeah, okay.
Trash Sailors is a survival co-op adventure game set in a dangerous, ruined world full of junk where you and friends must survive the Great Flood.
Okay, Trash Sailors, interesting. Not quite sure what kind of game this is. Oh. Oh, weird. Not quite sure I understand the mechanics of what's going on here, but it's like the pieces fall away from your raft and...
Chris Tales is an indie love letter to classic RPGs that lets you
I don't know about
past,
that.
present, and future simultaneously.
Chris Tales. Some of these look rather interesting, though. Yeah.
Set in a vibrant fantasy world created in collaboration with RPG veteran Chris Avallone, Alaloth offers fast-paced action with a deep narrative, bringing ARPG dynamics to a new level with a skill-based gameplay inspired by great classics and modern masterpieces.
Yeah, I don't know, because A, this is a really long stream, no one showed up, and like I said, we're getting so much video lag from the audio. I mean, I'm recording it, but I don't know. I mean, if there was like super killer announcements that I really just was dying to react to, that would be one thing. I mean, don't get me wrong, there are some great games that I'm absolutely
Weird
looking
West
forward
is a curious
to.
project from the co-creators of two of our favorite games, Dishonored and Prey.
Oh.
Despite its top-down perspective, Weird West carries forth much of the same spirit of those first-person games laid out in a dark reimagining
But
of
I
the
like
Wild
first
West, filled with
person.
fantastical creatures. From Wolfeye Studios and Devolver, let's take a look at Weird West.
Oh, I'll give it a chance. Let's see what it looks like. See if it looks like it's easy to play. But, I mean, don't get me wrong, there's a lot of great games here that I'm interested in checking out.
Opportunity. A place where you can be a hero, a scoundrel.
But due to some of the video issues, I'm just not
Anything in
sure.
between.
We'll see.
This ain't quite the Wild West as you know it. There are ancient powers at war with each other. Strange entities lurking in the dead of night with their own rules and their own peculiar motives. Welcome to the Weird West.
I'm trying to remember if I saw that on another stream somewhere. Or I saw some footage of this, I thought. Maybe not. I could be thinking of something else. But...
Coming out here could be the best thing that ever happened to you. If you can survive, that is.
Joining me to talk about Weird West is the president and creative director
I don't
of
know.
Guerrilla Studios. It's Ralph
I don't know.
Colantonio. How's it going, Ralph?
Hi, I'm great. How are you?
I am awesome and eager to talk about this game, and I want to start with something very straightforward. What is Weird West?
Weird West is an action RPG that is set in an environment that is called the Weird West, and it's
Yeah, I'll have to see more
the
actual
kind of
gameplay
games
like
that
this just to see.
I've
It's
been
pretty
working
far
on in the
zoomed
past,
out.
except that the perspective is more like a isometric, top-down kind of view.
Yeah, I mean, we've referenced Prey and Dishonored, and we normally think of the immersive sim as first-person games like that. What happens when you try to translate that to that top-down isometric perspective?
There's not much different in the spirit. You will really find yourself at home. It's just that it's a different perspective. So instead of seeing through the eyes of the player, of the character, you have a chance to run a party of people. So you have followers. And
Yeah, there can be
more kind of like a
advantages to that, I can
strategy
see.
kind of view. But the exploration and everything is, is still the same kind of spirit, but with a different perspective.
And in particular for people that maybe haven't played immersive sims, I know that the whole notion of creative problem solving is a big aspect. Multiple ways to get past the same obstacle.
I still haven't even
Give me
played
some
Dishonored
examples
2
of
at
that in
all.
Weird West.
I liked Dishonored 1 quite a bit
where
until I got infested
instead
with
of an
rats
environment
everywhere
where
and couldn't progress any
a
further because I kept
context,
getting eaten.
There's a world, there are
My world
characters,
went
there
to
are
crap too
objects,
bad.
And all of those objects have got consistent rules. And then there's an objective, which is, for example, go inside this house and frame a character by putting a letter that he did not actually truly write, but you put it there so that the sheriff can find it, right? You could do it in a very stealthy way, which would be what you would imagine people would do. So probably use a power and put people to sleep and then get inside.
You've talked about the different things that you can do as a player in the game, but who are you? What can the player do to shape who the character is over the course of the game?
Right, so this is a very good question and also a very dangerous one for me.
It's the riskiest question yet, man.
To make it simple, you are going to play 5 different characters. Once the main quest is over with the first character, you go to the next one. Now, the first one is still in the world, so you can go back and recruit him or her in your party.
What does death mean for you and for your companions in Weird West?
It's a risk that we're taking. We're gonna have different modes. There's the super hard mode where you die and you're dead.
Is the game sort of designed to be like playing in one forward timeline? If someone dies, you're not supposed to reload. You're just supposed to continue to play within the same world?
Yeah, you continue to play with the same world, but now the sad thing is that that doesn't apply to your followers, the characters that are with you, but maybe they'll come back at you someday under the form of an undead, or you don't know what's gonna happen. You can revive your followers if you're there and if you have the right tools with you, but if you don't and they die, that's it. Your followers are now in a little graveyard somewhere.
You make it sound cute. A precious little graveyard. They will maybe come back as the undead.
Yeah, maybe.
When
Yeah.
can people get their hands on Weird West?
So the game ships in 2021, but some of you are gonna have a chance to play a demo actually pretty soon in the incoming months. You can follow Wolfeye Studios on Twitter and as well as Devolver Digital on Twitter as well for more information about that.
Or wonderful Raph,
Yeah,
thank you
it's kind
so
of
much for
up in
coming
the air
out
on
once
that one.
again.
I'll have
That
to
is
kind of
Devolver
see
Digital,
more
Wolf Eye
actual
Studios on Twitter
uncut
for
gameplay,
that
because that's one that
upcoming
could go either
demo.
way from a
For
low
our
vision
next game,
point of
believe
view.
it or not, yet again, we're gonna go to Frankie.
Sean, I don't know about you, but there are times I wish for a simpler life. A life spent as a farmer in a humble JRPG village, where all I have to worry about is which vegetables to plant, what to name my chickens, and which of the dozen townsfolk I should
Stardew
propose marriage
Valley!
to. Our next game is a return to that simpler life. From XC Games, this is Story of Seasons, Friends of Mineral Town.
Oh boy. Okay, so Harvest Moon Friends of Mineral Town, that was the GBA Harvest Moon. And I fell down the rabbit hole of that one way bad. Back in the day. I played it on the Game Boy Player. So yeah, okay, this will be, let's see, will this be overhead or 3? Okay, we're over, oh boy, yep. Yep, it's not called Harvest Moon, but it's Harvest Moon. Essentially. Okay. Kind of a isometric-y overhead sort of a deal, really anime style. Sometimes these are great podcast games because you can just kick back and explore. Okay, ride your horse around, talk to people, try to date people. That's a common thing in these games, and date and get married and whatever. I wonder if there's like I'm sure you can mine.
I'm so happy that you've been sending in your reactions, your memes, your takes to various temperatures throughout the show. Through the wonderful magic of motion graphics, you can even read them before your very eyes right now. I'm delighted by so many of them. Furious at a few, but I'm confused by none because you're just making a lot of sense today. We're in the home stretch of the show, so please continue to let us know which PC games you're excited about.
Yeah,
PC
I mean...
Gaming Show. Now, when it comes to genres, there are few as ambitious on PC as the MMO. It requires a vast amount of resources to create a rich, living, breathing world to entertain hundreds of thousands of players for years. And I know this because I watched Season 1 of Mythic Quest.
That was good, actually.
Beta on July 23rd, Amazon Games' New World aims to deliver that vast open world with pitched battles of 100 players. I'm excited to announce today that if you pre-order New World right now, you can get into that July 23rd beta a full month before the full release on August 25th. This is New World.
MMOs, I'm not really into them. I've been tempted to look at Elder Scrolls Online just because I like that world and it's a little more real time. You know, it's kind of it kind of plays like the other games, I think, anyway. But I haven't. Again, I don't know when I'd find time to play something like that. Trying to figure out if this is what kind of perspective this is. Okay, so it looks third person-y. And the problem with like MMOs, they want you to group up, you know, they want you to form parties and so you can take down giant bosses and stuff. And I'm kind of more of a solo gamer kind of guy, so largely MMOs, unless I can solo really easily and just do my own thing, it's just not my real forte. I mean, to be honest with you, this might shock you, but I have never played World of Warcraft,
Here on the PC
ever.
Gaming Show, we're big
I've seen
fans of Life is Strange, the
Oh,
award-winning adventure
what?
series from developer Don't Nod.
Life is Strange
Having
was
undergone
this?
some big changes since its first reveal in 2018, Twin Mirror, the studio's next game, is a psychological thriller that follows investigative journalist Sam, who returns to his hometown in West Virginia. Available to wishlist now on the Epic Games Store. Let's watch.
What is it called? You didn't tell me. After Life is Strange 1 and 2, I'm very intrigued to play what we're gonna... Don't nod. I'm very intrigued to see what their new games are gonna be.
Basswood is many things. Peaceful tops that list.
Because they've done some great stories.
You're the one in the driver's seat, Sam. I can't make you do anything. Coming back to Basswood was your idea. Just try and make sure you don't.
Is this going to be episodic 2?
I know you think that the only thing waiting for you down there is Earth. You might be right.
Because December was their last episode of Life is Strange.
You may have seen Metal Hellsinger announced earlier this week, and today we get the opportunity to take a closer look at this unique game that the studio bills as a rhythm FPS. Published by Funcom, you have to battle through
added that
hells,
to my wish
blasting demons
list.
to a heavy metal soundtrack, and to talk about one of the most epic encounters in the game.
Didn't they say
creative
2021
director
though
at
on Steam?
David Goldfarb.
That makes
Take
me
it away,
sad.
David.
I want to play this now because it looks freaking
And, like I say,
rad.
it's a pleasure to be here. And I think right now everybody needs some games to give us a break from the reality that we're currently inhabiting. So that's why we're here now. So what you're about to see here is an exclusive peek of some pre-alpha gameplay of our upcoming game, Metal Hellsinger. I hope you like it.
Okay. Oh wow, yeah, this is so out of sync. Well, maybe not. Well. Oh, this looks so dumb in the best way. Yeah, I want to play this. This looks so cool. I'll have to watch this footage when it's not like the another version of this where the video and the audio is not so out of sync. Especially for a rhythm game, that's the worst thing you can do is have all this out of sync. It's a little disorienting, I'm not gonna lie. Like every so often the shotguns will line up, but with the sound, but no, you can tell. God, this is metal as fuck. Hell yeah. I like it. 2021. No.
Hello everybody, Felicia Day here, and I play the magician in the Dungeons of Nahelbeck, The Amulet of Chaos. The Amulet of Chaos is a fun and silly tactical RPG that's coming to PC later this summer. It features a group of adventurers searching a dungeon for treasure. Each one of the characters has their own skill sets.
I like her.
Thereof, fighting styles, and
Her in the
inventory.
guild.
Each one is kind of a failure, but together
Started
they're
out
too
as a
dumb to
web
fail.
series. It was really
The game
funny.
doesn't take itself too seriously. It has lots of in-jokes for tabletop games, and for some reason it features a lot of chickens. Anyway, here is an exclusive preview of The Amulet of Chaos.
Okay. Might be intrigued about this. I like Felicia Day. She's cool.
You again? I'd expected your asses to be turned into lampshades by now.
You roach! I'm pissed.
Ha! Pleased to meet you, Pissed. I'm Rivax.
What a burn! We'll smash your rotten brains out of your skull.
How about we try diplomacy, maybe?
No. Attack!
Guards, guards! Dispatch these smelly bushwhackers! Zibat relic, Hazebat!
Okay. Yeah, this might be one RPG I might have to look into. It just see how it looks to play. Isometric. Overhead. Is it real time or turn based? I'm not quite sure what. Huh.
Who says you need water to go sailing? Our next game, Red Sails, puts you on a
I forget what that was called. I was going to write that down so I could add it to my Steam wish
In this
list.
intriguing narrative adventure, you rescue stranded people while looking for the rest of your clan. Let's take a look
at Red Sails.
.302. Probably going to be wrapping it up here pretty soon, I would think. Because we got that other one at 4 o'clock, the future of gaming. I'm going to have to get a sandwich at the very least, because I'm getting hungry. Take a break between these streams, but we'll fire up the other one, and hopefully that one will be in sync. Yeah, I'm not sure what this is going to be all about. I mean, it's sailing, of course, but I don't know. It's a nice art style, though. I don't know.
So, DevBot, do you have any access to some medical programs in case I, bump my foot against some of these cold, unforgiving walls?
Query received, Sean. In order to familiarize you with basic life-saving procedures, I have established contact with game developer Bossa Studios, the creators of Surgeon Simulator 2.
Oh God.
Well,
Surgeon
I wasn't really planning on doing any surgery. I feel like if I was injured, you'd be the one doing the surgery.
My analysis shows that Surgeon Simulator 2 contains all of the vital instructions for repairing fragile human bodies.
Yeah, the first one was so ridiculous. And they had a VR version.
That's not true, but I appreciate your enthusiasm and thirst for knowledge, DevBot. And I'm certainly interested in this game. So let's take a look at Surgeon Simulator 2.
Oh, good lord. Yeah, this is one of those where it is not a simulator, it is complete over-the-top nuts. No, this being out of sync is just driving me nuts. No. And you're not just hitting like a use button, you're actually using controls to like simulate your hands and stuff, so it's extremely awkward. And again, it's one that I'm absolute. I briefly tried the first one and it was absolute garbage at it, but it's really funny to watch somebody who's good at this game, or quote unquote good at this game, because it's just so dumb. I wonder if they'll have a VR version of this one. Yeah. Really dumb.
Joining us to talk about Surgeon Simulator 2, we got Mark Pick on the line. Mark, thanks so much for joining us.
Hello, thanks for having me.
So, for anyone who has not experienced the hilarity of Surgeon Simulator 1, can you just give us the gist and tell us, what is Surgeon Simulator 2 all
this
about?
game. Oh
We've
man.
kind of taken the tone and the heart of the original, which is that chaotic physics gameplay, and we've really kind of blown it out to brand new epic proportions. So in the original game, you're just one arm kind of moving around on one table.
Right.
In the new game, you're actually a fully limbed surgeon moving around for the first time in the series
Oh
on 2
God.
feet. In the original game as well. Yeah,
This is gonna be
What an innovative
impossible.
feature in 2020. In the original game as well, you were limited to just surgery, whereas in Surgeon Simulator 2, there's a whole plethora of brand new mechanics, challenges, and gameplay elements to explore. You're not just looking over one patient's chest cavity anymore, but you're actually exploring a fully fledged medical facility.
Yeah, I was noticing
Can you
that.
maybe tease a little bit of some of the other, perhaps, medical operations?
Yes,
that I
I'm
get to
intrigued
perform in Surgeon
myself.
Simulator 2?
Yeah, so there is 12 operations in the game, and you will have seen a few of those in the trailer just now. Think of that facility as like a little bit like the original Surgeon Simulator, with a bit of kind of a mad scientist lab thrown in there.
Yep.
Through this kind of lens of like a Willy Wonka's Chocolate Factory vibe. Like, you're never really sure what's going to be around the next corner and what new twist or what dark machinery are going to come across next.
This is going to be
So
fun to
players are going to come
watch.
across everything from like surgical vending machines, over-engineered operating theatres, automatic patient dispensers. My personal favourite, which is actually an improvised cannon, where you can actually fire limbs or organs and things across to your fellow surgeons on the other side of the room to keep operating on Bob.
Now, Mark, I understand that there is a creation tool in Surgeon Simulator 2. What does that entail?
Yeah, that's right. So in keeping with the variety and the surprise that we talked about before, in Surgeon Simulator 2, we're proud to announce that we are bringing the Bossa Labs creation mode to the game. Now, in creation mode, you as a solo player or in a group of up to 4 players can get stuck into the very same tools that we as designers and developers use to build our very own story mode. It's an easy to use, intuitive, friendly set of tools where it's as much fun to create as it is to play.
So I want to ask, what are some of the examples of the types of levels, the types of creations that people have made?
That's a great question. So we've been live for the last few months already. The wealth and the variety of content made by players so far has been really, really incredible.
Oh, I didn't even know this was out in
So there's
early
been everything
access.
in there, from traditional takes on surgery, like the end of the original game. We've also got ghost ships in there. We've got bowling alleys. We've even got a take on the Surgeon Olympics, where people are bouncing around Bob's head and using that as a ball. And then we've got my personal favourite, which is the kind of the take on the bottle flip challenge. So I don't know if you're familiar with that, but where you can kind of flip a bottle with the hand and kind of, it's not the easiest thing to do with the Surgeon Simulator hand. And you just kind of step back and see the physics chaos play out. And it's
Oh man, I might have to look up some
satisfying
videos on this because this looks just
Mark, I
stupid
had a
as
blast
hell
playing Surgeon
in the
Simulator
best way.
1. When can people play Surgeon Simulator 2, and how do they get access to this creation workshop you've mentioned?
Surgeon Simulator 2 is coming to the Epic Game Store in August 2020, and you
Okay.
can pre-order that right now. You can also go to surgeonsimulator.com for more information and follow us at SurgeonSim on Twitter to learn more.
Mark, thank you so much for joining us today.
That looks
Thank you.
really dumb, and I might have to
That's
look
Mark
at that
Bick.
eventually.
I'm Sean Plott. Let's go to Frankie Ward.
Sean, you'll remember our next developer from their appearance in the PC gaming show way back in 2015. Hello Games are a small UK indie studio, perhaps
yeah.
better known for
Didn't they-
building the infinite procedurally
Yep, No Man's
generated
Sky.
universe of No Man's Sky. But their next
I've really got to
release
give this game a
is an
shot. I
altogether
own
more
it,
intimate,
and they've
handcrafted
added so much
The Last
post-launch.
Campfire is an adventure game, a story of a lost ember trapped in a puzzling place, searching for meaning and a way home. Let's check it out.
Oh, I think this was on the PS5 show. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna upload this. I just... It's so out of sync that... I mean, there's a few things that'll be fun to react to, but... I'll kind of post on it and be like, hey, you go to my Mixer page, because if you want to see this stuff, it'll be up for about 2 weeks, so you have the chance. But I just don't know if I really want to put this up on YouTube. I had fun watching it, though. I mean, God, this has been a hell of a long stream. I started this at like 11:45, and it's after 3. I only got up to get water once.
Escape from Tarkov has become one of the breakout successes of 2020, becoming
Yeah,
a smash
what-
hit on Twitch as
what
players
is
fell
it?
in love with its extra gritty take on first-person shooters. But as anyone who works on the internet will tell you, the people always want more. And more we've got for you today. Because in a moment, I'm going to be speaking to one of the game's developers about what's coming next. And that includes a spicy new map. Hey, DevBot, why don't you show them what we got?
I wonder if this is just multiplayer only? And of course it's gonna suck because it's out of sync. Okay, it is first person shooter. Yeah, so like I said, I remember Theory of a Blind Man talking about this, and so it's one that he loves because he said the audio is really good. But obviously, like, I guess he can't play it because it's It's a cited game. So this is like Battle Royale, maybe? Maybe? I mean, the art style seems decent. I don't know about multiplayer. If it were like a, survive single player thing, like exploration, I would love that. I would love that, like just scouring these places and trying to. But if it's multiplayer only, I don't know. I like the tense music, though. Dun, 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 dun.
Here with me to talk about what's coming next is Nikita Buyanov from Battlestate Games. Thanks so much for joining us today, Nikita.
I am curious just to
I
know.
would love if you would kick off by, just for anyone who hasn't played or seen Escape from Tarkov, how does a session of Escape from Tarkov work?
Yeah,
What
let me
makes it
know.
different from, say, a class-based shooter or a battle royale?
It's more about like true survival. You need to actually escape from a location through extract points, and you need to actually save your life and save your gear and your loot. And if you die, you will lose everything.
So how does the new map compare to the existing map set in Tarkov?
It will be the biggest and the most detailed location ever. It will be a lot of explorable buildings, undergrounds. It's like an attempt to simulate the city, the realistic modern city.
So give me a breakdown of what's coming up in this upcoming patch 12.7.
12.7 is more like a technical patch. It will include the big addition called the expansion of customs location. Customs is the pretty iconic location for the EFT. It will like enlarge the overall area by 30 or even 40%. The next updates will totally like overhaul the whole skill system, and there will be new boss called Senator. This boss will able to heal his partners and like search for stashes, so we always try to bring something new in terms of new bosses. Really big amount of cool features out to come this year.
I'm wondering
we'll
if
try to bring some new experience for you.
Escape from Tarkov has been playable for a long
Is it
time.
PvP
Anyone who's listening
only?
who
Is it
hasn't yet played
PvE?
it, where should they go?
They should go to our site, www.escapefromtarkov.com, and see for yourself. You could purchase it over there.
So once again, escapefromtarkov.com to check it out. And Nikita, thanks so much for joining
Huh,
us.
so is it not on other gaming platforms like Epic or Steam?
For our next titled PC gaming show, it's time to head on over to the inimitable Frankie Ward.
Holy Christ, how long is this thing?
Over the last decade, developer Red Barrels has
I
given
wanna
us
grab
some of the
some-
most messed
oh.
up horror games ever created. The
I
next game
recognize
in
that
the
name.
Outlast series offers more mind-numbing terror, but this time, with friends. Outlast Trials is set during the Cold War, and in this happy period of distrust,
But I would
fear,
like to kind of
and
take a little
violence,
break before the 4
you and
p.m.
your
one.
friends are human guinea pigs, involuntarily recruited to test advanced methods of brainwashing.
Get up and walk around,
mind
stretch a
control.
little bit.
Good times. But work together, and maybe you'll survive the Outlast Trials.
World exclusive. Yeah, I gotta do some more research into seeing what this Escape from Tarkov, like if it is something I can play solo or with bots or multiplayer stuff. It's just a little harder for me to get into and feel like I'm contributing and not sucking. Yeah, okay, we're gonna do the old torture scene, are we? I want to see gameplay. I don't... Oh. Oh! Oh, God. Oh. Oh.
Fully operational, sir.
Excellent. Bring in the other subjects.
Oh, what? Oh, they're doing experiments and they made him into some... What the hell? Okay. I thought it was a torture thing. Oh, this is first person. I don't know if I've ever... I don't think I've played the Outlaws. I've played Outlaw, which is an old Wild West first-person shooter, but... I don't know anything about Outlaws. 2021.
And with that, the 2020 PC Gaming Show is now complete. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Okay, no
We hope
big
that you got the chance
finale
to see some
thing or
games that
anything, but...
excited and delighted you. Also, as you might imagine, it is really challenging to put on a show with no nearby gaming conventions. So an enormous thanks to our sponsors for helping to make this show possible. This year, the sponsors are Mythical, Perfect World, Funcom, Frontier Developments, Exceed Games, Atlas, Intel, All
I'll keep it on just until it for sure ends, just in case they go, oh, by the way, one more thing. You know, the conferences love to do that, so...
Without your support, we would not have had the opportunity to put on a show for the greatest platform, PC gaming. Now, before I say goodbye, I want to give a warm thanks and a chance for my co-host to say goodbye. Thanks again, DevBot.
I am glad to have been of service, Sean. I'm going to shut down into sleep mode to conserve power until next year. Frankie, what is your goodbye message?
Thank you so much to all of our devs for your incredible games, and of course a massive thanks to our sponsors for making this all.
Yeah, there were some good games in there.
Finally,
but
a big thanks to you guys at home for watching. I'm actually off with my little evil sidekick now to take over the world, and I really, really do look forward to being your evil Emperor Overlord. Until next year, thank you so much, and goodbye.
All right, that's it. Coming up next is the Future Games Show over at twitch.tv/GamesRadar, where you'll see more exclusive reveals, deep dives on the future of gaming.
Yep, that's in about a half an hour, 45 minutes, so...
I'm Sean Day9 Plot, and this has been the PC Gaming Show. Stay healthy, stay safe.
Okay, so we're going to close that tab. And... Uh-oh, did I thought I had another tab with that open. Crap. See, this is why I... Okay. Oh, because I didn't hit shift. Okay, I didn't hit shift enter. All right, so we're going to wrap up this stream. I haven't decided if I'm going to upload it because of all the video lag issues, but I will be back in a little bit for one more stream today. So hope you guys enjoy it if you watch the archive. If not, we'll see you guys in the next stream.